What up, people? Welcome to Free Play Friday. Some more shit show than you're ever ready to have. I don't care. You take us to the promised land, bro. To the promised land, bro. Boom, boom. Add location. I really gotta post stuff to my business. I keep adding location. My business is my location. I check in and I don't have anything to sell. Yeah, but there's nothing there to sell, so people go and there's nothing. It's not doing me any good. God damn. Alright, I got a P2020 and a dream. So much stuff I don't know what I'm gonna get rid of. Whoa, bag. Got a bag. Yay. Yay, I got a bag. I got a bag. I got a... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Some motherfucker's shooting at me. Oh, man. This is not good. This is not good. No. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Still warming up, people. And I don't even have the right camera on. Anybody who's here just looking at my fat ass face. God damn. I done fudged up. So this has to go here. And I need that. This has to be mixer, because sometimes mixer doesn't come through on my Johnny John. Take me to my channel. Type people, do some more of this, and do some of this, and that. Hit him with this, hit him with that, hit him with that, hit him with this fella. And I guess we'll do him because it's his birthday. What up, people? Welcome to Free Play Friday. It's gonna be a doozy. Stop by and say hi. Yo. What up, Zero? What's crapping?
What you doing and ignoring all this?
Yeah, man. I was going to message you and tell you that I'm in a party over here with this fella, but I'm also trying to get my social media post out, so I was gonna do it after that, so I could do it from my phone. There's a lot going on over here, man. A lot of stuff going on over here.
Grim's taking a cigarette break, but yeah, I got you. I know we got 4 people in three slots, but I'll tell you what. Whenever you guys are done or whatever, just hop on over.
Okay. Here. Yeah. Ram said he's only got a couple hours, so I'll be over.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I would just stay in the same party. We'd get all confused.
Yes, I agree.
Together, so.
I agree with that. So,
all right.
Yes, sir.
See you
Adios. Oh, you know, maybe Gibraltar's not the right choice. Oh, I love the turbo accuracy. I hit him with some of those pellets.
Flush.
Ah, nice.
He left the
You still got your.
He left the
But
game.
you still got your thing now. Your joint ski.
Yeah, but still
Yeah.
your shield's full.
That's pretty sweet.
I hear a Bangalore. Yep. Now the finisher.
That's pretty awesome.
Let's see, look. Now my shield's full.
And I'm fucking dead. Our teammate just snatched everything out of both boxes. No, there's someone right in the courtyard. Body, you're gonna die.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to play the
Yeah,
game.
he was still.
He's sitting there just trying to raise you when this guy right here.
You're the worst. You are the worst.
Yeah, he's really good at the game, isn't he? Yeah, it's just a single guy. Just a single guy. Like, come on, bro.
Ay, ay,
A
ay.
single guy. Ay, 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 senor.
Welcome to Free Play Party. It's gonna be a doozy.
That was a doozy.
No, stop doing that. It's gonna be a doozy! Exclamation point.
It might be a doozy.
Enjoy this clip of
I got 3 kills, bro. That's
teammate
brilliant.
and his aggressive teabagging.
It's aggressive. God damn it, you cannot. You're not meant to give away what we're doing.
I'm telling you, bro, it's just that he was doing it, not me. Hashtag Apex
But he was aggressive
Legends
teabagging.
clips. It was 0, and I couldn't find any like good clips, so I found that. And he was just like spamming the teabag button as fast as he could after getting a kill. So that's what got posted. Alright, so let's not be that fudge sandwich.
We weren't that bad. We did pretty well. That guy sucked.
Yeah, that guy did. He was terrible. But I was
Because he's just like, oh, I have to take on one person. Oh,
I was too angry about him taking all the loot, not all my loot, all of the loot, that I like didn't react quick enough when it was time to react. So.
Yes, I hate when that happens.
Oh.
All it takes is a single spark.
What the hell? This is stupid.
Yeah. Oh, you're not bringing me treats?
No, I can't get one to Oakley and I want the chips.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Whatever. Sure. Cool.
Wait, he's bringing me treats
No.
now? Is your dog bringing
No,
me treats?
my girlfriend's bringing the dog treats and not me treats.
Oh, nice.
I mean,
Well, maybe that's a metaphor for you.
ooh.
Mind-blowing
Damn.
activities.
Blew my mind right out of my face. My mind has exited the building. We got people.
What does this do?
I don't know. I thought you were jump master.
Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Wait,
Oh my
what?
God.
There's actually a bin here on the side of this mountain. I didn't know that. But why would you ever? Oh my God! There's. Yep. Oh my God! Oh my goodness! My accuracy is garbo. I am. Is our teammate not even fucking helping? Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Miss Donna Hughes, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the language. I get a little excited sometimes. Look at that. I couldn't even hit him that many times when I was like 10 feet from him. Oh yeah, forget him. Just run away. Run away. Peace out, Cub Scout. Red, white, clap tack. Red, white, CNAP tack. What a dumb name. I can hear you now.
Okay. I was gonna say, he instantly
Yeah.
wins.
CNAP tack is
I'm
a
gonna find meds before I can go racing.
beyond.
Yeah.
Oh, 99 and a 2000. Gold barrel stabilizer. There's those heals you need.
Yeah. Just need to find one bloody med kit. I've got 2 syringes, but I need more.
Well, isn't there loot? Yeah, there's a bunch of buildings by that respawn.
Yeah, but I'm not sure because the houses over there were open. These look safe.
I would say they're safe. But you still use protection. Always use protection.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
Look a body shield for them.
Yeah. What? Okay. Alright, here we go. Hopefully my accuracy won't be as garbo. Mozambique on fleek. I missed it. Oh, there's a loot thing out there. Oh, I got it on blue. All that effort, and I got it on blue. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Was there a blue
No,
med
there's
kit?
not. It was, I think it was just a shield cell. It's the only blue thing I saw in there. Oh, I was just
People
gonna say, I just
decided
heard
on
that.
us.
Oh, and they're grenading at me. Oh, they're up on the train tracks.
How many of
2,
them?
I think, is all I saw.
Let's go.
Okay. Hit them with the bamboo. Oh, yep, there's someone down there. Coming up now. Robot behind us. Broke his shield. Oh, he jumped off. Yeah, I'm coming back.
Also, Fraser.
I mean, I'll do what I can. Yep, broke his shield. Oh man, I'm down. Oh, he died to the storm. Nice.
I'm gonna have to get meds off his box
Yeah,
before
that's
I can
fine.
raise you.
There was a robot who came up behind us, and that's what did all the damage to me. But it don't look like he's coming back. Gracias.
Okay, there's some syringes in that box right next to you. Unless you
No.
have any other that you can use instantly.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Okay.
And we need to run. Okay, let's go.
Oh, what's this gold thing?
This is quite
Yeah.
far
Oh,
away.
there's more heals here.
You might want to
Yep.
heal up quick.
Heal 'em. Just picked up 9 syringes and a finger skit.
Okay, let's go.
Alright.
Wait 1 second. Use that and heal up. Use this and heal up quick. Use that and heal up.
What?
And then swatch it back.
And
Switch
heal
it
up?
back over.
Oh,
Quick, use
okay.
anything quick.
I was confused as to what you were talking about. Okay. I forgot that this was the fast heal.
Yeah. Heal up to full,
Yep.
then switch back over.
Alright.
You go, go.
Good moves.
Just to make sure that you have enough. Yes, syringes, please?
Nope.
No. God damn it. There it is, just
Okay.
there.
Okay. We got this.
But we've got less than a minute to get you and heal up and get the hell to the next ring.
Stressful stuff right here.
We heal up with that quickly.
Oh.
Mechanic. Take that so you heal up quickly and use make it.
Yep.
Just so it takes like
Yep,
3
yep,
seconds.
yep,
Quick,
yep, yep, yep,
quick,
yep,
quick,
yep,
quick,
yep,
quick,
yep.
and then quickly switch them back over. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Grab your helmet. Perfect.
This thing's gonna move so fast though.
Oh, it's moving so slow.
Oh, nice. Okay, because we're close. Okay.
That's good, yeah.
All right.
Bro, that's so good having a fast heal when you're
Yeah,
in
it
storm.
is. There's some pro strats right there.
Wait, come here, mechanic. Do you want to get on top? Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, we're not in zone yet.
Gotta go. Okay.
Can I just
Yeah, I
take
got
one
all
more?
confused
Sorry.
on which way to run after that.
We probably should have done duos and this would have been a bit easier.
Probably. Alright.
There we go, we can just take this.
Oh, what the?
Okay, as soon as they start fighting,
Yes,
it'll
sir.
happen. 2 enemy squads.
And I'm gonna shoot everywhere but them.
Wait, oh, I have. Okay, I have enough meds. Oh, I got the itchiest head underneath my headphones.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh yeah. Plus, I should be getting new headphones for Christmas. So my right side field.
Nice.
I'm gonna hide up here.
Okay, yeah, I just got a power brick.
Come on.
Just came in today, so hopefully it won't shut off on me.
You actually can't get up there. That's true. So sorry, what was you saying? You
Yeah,
a power
I got the
brick?
power supply thing for my Xbox. Hopefully it won't shut off anymore. Yes.
Look where I am. Look where I am.
Oh, they...
Wait,
I don't
where?
know.
Where was the fighting?
Far enough that we didn't hear it. Or they died to the storm.
Well, let me check up here. Because there's a care package coming in up here. Well, there is a care package here. They're not here. They're down the other side. Fuck. They're over there.
You don't want to check the
Okay.
care package for a Kraber? Or something?
Yeah, actually, I'll do that.
Is it on this roof? Where is it?
No, it's just beyond this cliff.
Oh, there's a purple helmet in here.
I'm with you.
Oh. Yeah, I had one, but I had to drop it. Oh no, I don't know if we're gonna make it.
Better quickly get it. It shouldn't move that fast, yeah.
Got it and gone. Oh shit, I got a gold sight. Do you have a gun I can go
Okay,
on?
let's go.
I don't.
What type of
The
gun?
threat detector for like a SMG or something?
Oh, I've already got
Alright,
one.
oh, here, I'm gonna drop my 301 for this then.
Wait, is it the
Yeah.
1 times threat?
Yeah.
Oh, you put it on
yeah.
Why would you pick that up over that?
Because my... actually, you know what? There's enough light ammo. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna drop...
No. Okay. Okay, let's go up here.
Okay. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
An opened care package. I'm gonna slowly crawl my way around. They're probably hiding in the vault.
Yeah, probably. How you doing?
Awesome.
Okay.
Let's go here. Allons-y.
Oh, and they're in the circle, so we're gonna have to push. How many do you see?
Yep.
I see 2.
Quick, move up to me. See how they're searching around? Now we have the high ground.
Being sneaky butchers.
Okay, they've just gone into the
Okay.
vault. Let's go get on top of this.
Okay, let me just check this bin real quick.
Okay, up in, okay.
Gold bag, I'm coming. Oh, this is so stressful.
You seen me? Yeah.
Oh shit, I fell off the back.
Quick, they're inside. Be careful.
I'm going back up to the roof. Yep. Yeah,
Be
they're back
careful
out here.
outside.
Coming up on the roof.
Last one. You can do it, mechanic. Mechanic, res me quickly. Res. They're going for the res me.
Oh shit! What? Why?
He's right there, he's
Yo,
right there.
he just like appeared out of nowhere.
He used his decoy
Ah,
thing.
shit! Yeah, it was a mirage.
He used his
Mother.
ult.
God damn.
Damn, I was so close.
Damn.
I knocked the first one and then he hit me with it.
Yeah, all of a sudden, there was like sparks and he appeared. And I'm like, what's happening? I didn't even process that it was a mirage. I just processed that mofo's cheating.
Because I just saw the Mastiff in screen. I'm just like, no, he's right there.
Let's swap that. Headshots with Watson. Now let's swap that again. Headshots is Bangalore, so it's definitely. I guess it has to be headshots.
I should probably check my challenges every now and then.
Probably, it's a good thing to do.
New players Mirage.
Mirage. Stupid Mirage. Oh, gotta put some music on. That's too loud. Looking out the window.
Oh no, what?
Yeah, the wind blows. Looking out the window. Right, chickies. Make it on check yourself or wreck yourself.
That's the guy we...
Really?
That's the guy we were just fighting. Yeah. Exact same guy. But he died early on and his two teammates were the ones that just won the game. What are you gonna do? Okay, let's go to the most annoying place ever. Look at me. Look at this mechanic. Oh no, it's doing everyone. Ready to watch. Quick watch.
Wow, you're riding yourself down, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah.
Mechanic.
Yeah, I'm here. All this stuff's looted. Where's all this stuff at? Oh, I definitely don't want to go on that floor then.
One right at you. He's loaded. He's got heaps of food.
Alright, let me find a...
I've dropped down without
Okay.
noticing.
Okay, I see you. Coming.
I'm gonna go around over here though, so he can't lean over and shoot us. Get behind it. Yeah.
Oh, he's here?
Oh wow, what a bitch.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy is what that is right there.
Yeah. Of course he was thirsty.
He came in and thirsted you before I could even... one...
Yeah, and look, this dude didn't even fuck with us. I'm just gonna leave. Because that dude's not gonna go with us.
Sounds gravy, baby.
I thought you said gravy.
Sounds groovy, baby. Groovy, baby.
You are not
I'm
Austin
whoever I want
Powers.
to be. It's the power of make-believe, man.
Groovy, baby. Shagadelic. Okay, you know what? So we don't get shitty teammates, I should have done this last time.
Duos!
Because then we can actually
We're
win
going
games.
duos! I mean, I don't know.
Not have to go against it. No, you're not. Hey, at least you're doing better than Random that doesn't try to help. Like, at
I mean,
least
I
you
am
try
trying.
to help.
I don't know. It's just past like a couple streams have been terrible, and then tonight I'm terrible. You know what? Let me change some settings around.
That's when you just need to go into shooting range and just muck around in there for a couple of hours. Then you're not streaming.
Yeah, I don't got a couple hours for that. But what I do got is I can drop this from insane to. I'll drop it down one. Go from 8 to 7.
Damn, bro, there's like no one playing with this anymore. There's no one playing duos. Yeah, look, no one's playing duos anymore.
Bum, bum, bum. Yum, 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 yum. Right. Everyone's like so excited for duos. In the room now. Okay. Iced tea. Ow, I just fucking stubbed my toe.
Nice. I've got these for you.
Okay, cool.
Right back.
Alright.
I haven't checked second
Yeah,
floor. If you want to check that as well.
I guess I'm on the second floor. I just grabbed some stuff. Oh, I just.
Yep.
I was gonna drop this peacekeeper, but I just picked up a choke.
Grab this.
For,
Grab this barrel. If, oh, you don't need it. Or do you need it?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop this peacekeeper and the choke for it. Oh wait, if you want it, you can have it. Take it. Take
No.
it.
No, I don't want that.
Are you sure?
don't
You
want
just
it.
said damn when I picked it up.
I was hoping you were gonna drop. I was hoping you were gonna drop that.
Hey, you want the havoc? I can drop the havoc. I don't care.
Nah, it's all good. Let's go do this. Let's kill some kids.
Alright. Now we're in this shit. Yeah. I'm dropping the havoc. And it,
Do you have any energy ammo?
see,
Yeah?
see.
Thank you. I'm gonna check this house quickly
Yep.
for more energy. Yep, there's more energy and another armor. I'm gonna have to go R99 in this game once we have it, plus I have like no ammo for my so there's more
Okay.
heavy. Because I don't need them.
Okay.
Change to the armor.
Checking third floor. Oh, more energy in it.
Yeah,
And
I'm
the
going
charge
first,
rifle?
yeah.
If you were into that sort of weird shit.
What do you mean? I said I was gonna take the energy ammo. Not that
I'm
stupid.
just saying, bro. I'm just saying.
Oh, best gun ever.
The charge rifle. I mean, it does some pretty sweet damage.
It actually does. Like 100 per shot. Oh, yes! I got a digital threat. I've got the most energy ammo I've had in a
Yeah,
game
there's
before.
energy everywhere. Do I try the longbow? Yeah, I think I'm gonna try the longbow. I don't normally go with it. I'm dropping the. Yeah,
Okay, come on. Let's head.
yeah, let's
Use
do
enemies.
that.
Wait for me, I can't figure out how to get the hell out of this house. I just
Took me a
over the
minute to
rain
figure it
room.
out. I hear them over. Yeah.
They're fighting over here. Yeah.
I'm probably instantly gonna regret this longbow. I hear an octane.
They're upstairs somewhere. Run.
Yeah, that does so much damage now.
Go on the bottom of there.
Can't stop picking out a new pair of glasses. It's always, oh, this pair. Ooh, this pair. That's why at VisionWorks this November, we're giving you both. 2 pairs of single vision glasses for $49 or 2 pairs of progressives for $89. That includes frames and lenses. It's good under the
I just got a purple. I'm good.
You will have to narrow
There's more down here.
It's only
Wait, get back in the ring. Why is that popping up? on us?
location near you. VisionWorks. See the difference.
You see
No, it's
that?
not popping up for me. But that used to happen to Grim. And then he would die eventually.
To me, it's just spamming. Get it back in the ring.
Oh shit, I don't have any shields. I have one big shield battery. So I'm gonna have to use it to get this purple back.
Quick, yeah. hang on. And it's not going away. What
You're
the
probably
hell?
gonna die. Yeah, that happened to
Really?
Grim a bunch of times. It would count down and he would die, and then
But it's been like this for over 30 seconds.
is it count down or no? It just says get back in the ring.
No, it just says get back in the
His
ring.
would count down and then he'd die, and then I'd bring him back. And then when he would, as soon as his feet would touch the ground from the respawn ship, it would count down again, and then he would eventually die.
Oh, and it's gone now. I don't know that. Got 300 energy on me now. Let's go. This is gonna be a dope game. They're respawning behind us.
Alright.
I'm gonna see if I can hit them out of the air.
Trick shot of the year.
Oh, so close. Literally just skimmed his nipples.
He probably liked it. He's a weirdo like that.
Yeah, actually, probably. Take it, come on, take the zip line. What are you doing?
Confusing me.
I need you to take it because there's an enemy up there.
What? So I gotta run all the way back. There we go.
They're gonna come. Let's go.
A long ass zip line. Oh, I
You
see
just set
him.
a zip line going across the whole
He's
thing.
going over there. Looks like he's by himself.
He's running. He's literally just running. They're in a fight now.
Somebody just turned to a box.
The guy's pushing.
What on the how to? Oh, there's somebody there. Pathfinder's got purple.
Having to decoy escape. in
Nice.
that fight.
I got you covered.
I'm healing up if you can push him.
What? Oh my god, come. Oh my god. Alright, cool.
Knocked him. One of them has a gold.
Pushing me here.
He had a gold raise, of course he did. Bullshit.
That son of a gun.
Wait, that was a different. We attacked 2 squads then.
I saw someone turn to a box. I thought they won that fight.
Yeah, there were 2 squads then. Why weren't they fighting? Because they were teaming. Because literally both the Pathfinder and the Bloodhound were right next to each other, looting the same box.
Cheating ass motherfucking sandwiches, bro.
Yeah. And then when I spectate the guy that killed me, the Pathfinder wasn't on his team. Probably. You like some iced tea, don't you? But ice is fun to drop. But Obi's a dope dog. He doesn't have to stay anyway, thank you. I'm going right now. Oh, what the? Oh, if you can just walk in the house, I can
Okay, yeah.
protect you.
Alright, I'm here now. Let me just fix my shit.
Oh,
Fix
you
my
good?
pants and sit down. Alright,
Why? What? Why do you have to
because they were
fix it?
falling down.
I
You
feel
should
worried.
feel worried. My pants are the weirdest shit you've ever seen. Oh, that's got a Volky. Yeah, good shooting there.
Yeah, I just got it. Oh, I think there's enemies in that house.
Alright, I need
Yeah,
a
there's enemies in
gun.
this house.
Oh. Oh,
Upstairs.
oh my god. This house you mean? I
He's
think you
almost
meant a
dead.
different house. I don't know. I still don't have a gun.
Hold on.
Oh, they're still shooting me. Oh, Jesus. I got a Mozambique. No, I didn't pick up the Mozambique. Oh,
I
my
killed
God.
him.
This is so stressful. Are they dead? Okay.
There's an
yes.
alternator if you want it.
I'm coming in with my Mozambique on fleek.
Got his friend.
Damn. That's what I'm talking about.
He's on the super sweat.
You a sweaty boy.
Yeah, I'm not losing a Volky to anyone.
Ooh, and he's...
Did you grab the Volky?
No, I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
He has a little caustic charm on his alternator.
Oh,
Pretty adorable.
I have that one too.
How do you get it? I want it.
Battle pass.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not high enough.
The mechanic
Yeah,
can use
I'm
it for
here.
a second. Would you like to search my secret bin in the
Yes, I would. What? It did. I saw it open up. What? Why is it there?
RA45? Don't ask me.
How can you see it?
I can't you just see
Yeah,
the
but
RA45? Like I can't see it, I've just been
Oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, I can see the RA45, but I can't see anything else. So how did you see the RA45? I couldn't see anything in there.
Because I just walked up to the wall and it came up as a...
Oh, because I was hoping that would be a thing, and I didn't see anything else. What do we got? I got this I don't need, and I got that I don't need. Ooh. I'll take that. I'll take
I need energy
this.
ammo.
I'll take. Kim just texted me.
Yes, please.
What do I gotta drop? Drop that for that.
And nothing out here. Let's go back and put it all up.
Oh, what am I dropping for that? I don't. Let me do that. Okay, and then I'm gonna. There we go. Hey yo. God, I'm ready to bring the pain on some dumbass kid's face.
Same here. I need more energy.
Alright.
Thank you. His friend searched all of these over here. I got a level 3, it's all good.
There's just 20 energy. That was up there.
Thank you.
Why do we have a little bit of health taken away? What happened to us?
I got shot by a guy with a gun. Nothing
Oh.
happened to you.
Well, I was missing health. I just healed a little bit.
No, yeah, I remember he shot you when you were...
Oh, yeah. I forgot we had that fight. Yeah. I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't realize you were talking about this house. Get me out of here.
I wish you could do duo ranked.
Me too. Ooh.
That'd be amazing.
You probably have a, yeah, you have a good backpack.
How did no one find out?
I know, it feels like a trap. I know it's not, but like it's like right by a window and shit.
It's a trap.
Watch out, Fox. It's a
Star
trap.
Wars reference.
Star Wars reference? It's a Star Fox reference for me.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get this.
Alright, I'm gonna look at your butt while you do it. I mean, I got your 6. Mastiff.
Oh, Master, really this early in the game? There's hoping for Kraber. Then I could go Kraber Havoc.
Get all Kraber with your Havoc. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Do that, I'm dropping that.
I need heavy ammo if there's any spare around here as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know if I've seen any at all. $30 left on. Come, bro.
Half of one. Nice. It's like, congratulations, you know basic.
Yeah, double tap. Now, hopefully I can hit some of my shots.
Good guy, yeah. Oh, yes. Just found 60 energy ammo up the top, and now there's like 20 or 40 more on the bottom. That is amazing.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Okay, let's go. They're fighting on the top of this one.
Okay.
Wanna
Sure
go
do.
for it?
I'm like 50 feet behind you. Okay, I'm here now.
Oh, nothing good. Let's go for him.
Yep,
Quick before.
on your 6. Right here. There's somebody healing in that room with us. Thought I just saw some. Oh, they're down. Okay,
Ready?
yeah, I'm coming on there. I saw someone jumping out the side there. Oh, they just trashed me. Oh shit, she lasered me, she just jumped off. Somebody just zipped. Damn!
Two of them, god damn.
And that rake just beat the shit out of me.
God damn it. I almost killed them both as well. I got them so low. Havoc is amazing, bro. Havoc is so...
Yeah, I like it. I just... The charge up time always throws me off.
Oh. Yeah, that's why I had the turbo.
Turbocharger. It's insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain.
Insane in the brain.
Let's see. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just doing some terribleness, and I don't like it. I don't know how to shake the cobwebs.
What did you do, Tal?
The game, man. The game. The game.
Oh, okay. Not doing
I'm doing pure garbo.
Trust me, I'll
Pure
tell you
garbo. I'm gonna need some Funyuns
No,
and
no.
pout about it. I haven't had Funyuns.
They're Funyuns.
I haven't had Funyuns in a long time.
I'm eating dummies.
Dumyuns? No! No, they just fell off my lap and I just dropped a bunch on the floor. God damn it.
How could you fall off your lap dancing phone? I'm so disappointed.
Because I'm not as talented as you, bro.
83 season 3 wins.
Oh, I'm gonna give that up to you because I'm cleaning up my fucking Funyuns. Yeah, like Kim, she was happy about this. She kind of like was called a care package. She ordered from, I think it was Walmart. And they had like a quote unquote care package. Why would you give that back to me? Anyway.
I
Look
didn't
at
get
Skyhook.
anything.
It was called a care package. It was like a bunch of different random, like you don't pick them, they pick them for you. It's like little tiny, the little snack bags of chips and some cookies and different things.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
pretty
and it was
cool.
like really cheap. It was like, forget exactly, but the numbers worked out like really good. It was like 15 or
That's a really good
16
concept.
bucks, and it was I don't know, like maybe it was like 50 different snacks or something.
Yeah, that's a bloody good
Yeah.
concept as well.
So I just,
Like, if you know something's good, but it's not selling, it's like, it's not that big anyway, you can like chuck it in a snack bag and if people like it, then they can start
Yeah.
buying it, you know what I mean?
yeah, it was definitely a good idea. We like it.
No, not buying it.
I just can't tell Kim that I just spilled some of them.
I'm gonna head up to mid.
Alright. I have no bullets. I have a P2020 and a RE45 with no extra bullets. But it's not like I hit my bullets anyway, so.
Stop being such a downer.
I'm telling you, bro. It'd be the truth.
If you want to hit your bullets.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that. I just picked up a Peacekeeper. Yeah, that's what I need right there.
Where are the people fighting? My headphones are broken.
I don't know. My headphones aren't broken. I still can't really tell.
Let's go talk.
Alright, I'm up here.
I don't see him. So I want a charge rifle.
Oh, the train station.
Ping?
Nice.
97.
Wings close in a minute. We got a little bit of a run.
Got a gold as well.
Nice.
Oh, it's gold shield. You're kidding
Let's
me.
go.
I'm gonna get it, but do you wanna go?
Well, we gotta move in 30 seconds.
He's got a purple shield. I mean, he's going for my whole shield. Broke his purple.
Oh, we got somebody. We got a squad behind us, and they're engaging them also.
Nice.
I'm pushing to the loot. It's a gold helmet.
Okay, be careful.
Here, come grab this.
A minute. They're in there. They're in
Okay.
station. One's
Alright,
almost dead.
I gotta take the long way, bro. I don't got me no grapple hooks.
Yeah, I forgot about that. See, I didn't see him until I got up there. Pathfinder's got purple shield, be careful. He left there? Yeah.
What? I was out of line of sight.
Wait, how did he shoot you? Yeah, you were like down below the stairs. And how's the box up there?
That's some bull shit.
And how did he heal up so quickly? I broke his shield like 3 seconds before you came up.
Because of some cheating ass motherfucker.
Yeah, but it takes 5 seconds,
I don't know.
doesn't it?
Not if you were a cheating ass motherfucker.
Yeah, it does.
You know what I need to do? I think I need to stand up. Get some blood flowing up. Get some blood flowing.
No, you're not
I
right.
need blood, bro.
No blood for you.
I need blood. I need to drink it and bathe in it and lick it off of people. Yeah, it just got weird. And this is the weird ass stream that you signed up for by being a part of it. Rougher. It's definitely Roofer. What's up, Butter?
Ruffer.
What's happening, buddy? How you doing tonight?
Dying.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely dying and sucking at Apex. Why do you always make me jump master, bro? Because you're here, Rougher.
This guy's actually
I'm
dead.
going with putting the face cam back on. Let me move it around. There we go. I just changed positions to where I was standing, so I had it off. But for you, buddy, it's on. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, what about me last night? Like, you didn't even put it on for me.
I guess not. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing last night.
It's like I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, I was playing World War Z and I
Oh,
was
wow.
alright, sounds good. Alright, so now Ruffer's here.
And you were eating.
Oh yeah, that's why. I was shoving noodles in my face.
Yeah, sure.
Don't trust me, bro. Yo, you're throwing grenades at me now, bro? That's how you feel about it.
That was a nade.
I took that 301 because of that.
Oh, you gonna give me a P2020.
So you get for throwing nades at me, bro. Do you have another gun besides that P2020? Hello? Am I working? Oh my god, I'm coming.
Yeah, because you.
I asked you, I said, is that all you have? Is it 2020? You didn't answer me.
Yeah, with 10 shots on it. He's almost dead. Yeah.
Don't push me, don't push me, don't push me. I suck at this game.
Right now. Shoot him. Yeah, see? No, keep him out. Oh, it's fine.
I'm doing pretty good, Ruffer,
Yeah, I
but you
almost scored him
see,
with P2020 though.
actually I'm not doing that great. You see how I'm playing. It's nothing but Garbo for like the past couple days, past couple streams. Pure Garbo.
7 damage. I missed 3 shots on him. That's depressing. I should have hit every
No!
shot.
I just dropped my controller. Nope. And apparently it fell to pieces. My controller, my audio adapter, my jigger, and my headset. But I'm living the dream, man. Living the dream. You know what I mean? Playing some video games. Thank you for the sparks. I appreciate that. Bangalore.
Give him a follow as well.
Yeah, he gave me a follow. He's the man. That's why.
Like, please. He's really like short on follows.
Stop it! Don't make me look like I'm not begging for follows. He followed me, and I appreciate it. But I'm not like a homeless man out there begging for follows. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm not out there panhandling for follows. Like, please, I'll work for follows. I'll work for follows.
You know what?
What's up, Zeddy? What's up?
Oh, Zedekis is here now. Zed, get the hell in our lobby quick. I don't give a shit. All right.
Stop
We wanna
peer
play
pressuring
and actually have
people
a
into
good
doing
team,
stuff.
We want to have a good team.
Yeah, but you don't peer pressure people into stuff.
We can hurry the hell up and stop eating your
I'm not
dog's
eating my
treats.
dog's treats, man. I was eating Well, I was trying to eat Funyuns and I dropped them all over the floor. So I'm moving on to my Golden
Yeah,
Grams
okay.
S'mores treat.
I dropped me Funyuns.
Yeah, it was pretty.
It's just a waste of food.
I know, it's pretty upsetting. I mean,
No, yeah, I'm watching the video, and he's made like this giant 50-pound burger, and like no one's.
I mean,
like he's literally just making and wasting heaps of food.
I'd eat it. No,
Yeah, but I know you.
I would
eat it, but it's
trash
not
that
me.
50-pound burger.
You know what I mean?
Put some mac sauce on it.
Zed, hurry up.
Don't pressure the man into doing what you want him to do, man.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm ready. What are you talking about?
Finish 18.
Dude, I'm
what I
good.
feel
Let's
18.
go. Ready up. Let's go. Let's do this.
No, because we have to
Zed's
wait for
playing a
Zed.
different game.
Otherwise, we're gonna get halfway through again.
He's playing a
and then
different
Zed's
game.
Gonna be there.
He's playing Star Wars, bro. Stop peer pressuring everybody.
Gosh. Okay, we'll play Fire and Rain for a bit so you can practice.
I'm level 33, around 324 kills, 11 wins. All of the race, is that good? Yes, it's better than me. My my KDR is like, what are you doing? Why are we at the firing range? What's happening? This is not what Ruffer. This is not what Ruffer is paying all of the mission dollars to see. Me slide down a hill. But yeah, Ruffer, that is better than me. Yeah, mine is like.
Oh, I don't look at me.
No, I'm not looking at you. You made me be here. I'm not looking at you. You're on your own. Look at yourself.
Pussy.
Look at yourself. Yeah, my KDR is like 0.75 or something.
Time to grab the Kraber. Let's do some nasty trick
Dude,
shots.
I can't even hit this dude who's standing still.
Ready, mechanic? Oh, my grapple's not ready. Broke down.
Nah, bro. Come on, we gotta get into a game, bro. I'm enjoying the peacekeeper when these guys are standing still.
Mechanic, leave
No,
him, leave him,
no.
leave him, because I need to kill him now. Yes. Yes. Mechanic. I hate this thing. Oh, I missed it.
What are you doing? What are you doing up here?
Trying to do a trick shot with the Kraber. So watch, I made this one off yesterday. Oh, I missed it again.
Ruffer asked if he can join. Sure, Ruffer, we can use a third. Get out of here. Get out of here, you dummy.
How did that miss, bro? So hard to shoot that ball with the Kraber.
What's your gamer tag, Ruffer? Am I saying that right, Ruffer?
Hey, mechanic, do you want to see it?
Fudge no.
Yeah, come here.
Ooh, is it gonna be the Easter Bunny? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
No.
Bye,
Did you
buddy.
jump up here?
I fell, man.
Why'd you jump up?
Listen, bro.
You need to climb up here.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'll show you. So come up here. You wanna jump up here?
Okay.
Like with here, yep, come here. You wanna come up here, jump around a bit because it's a bit glitchy. Climb up.
Okay.
Then you want to get to this edge. Jump onto the little one, which I
The
can
little
completely
nub or
miss.
the Okay.
The little nub.
I don't know if I can reach the little nub. Oh, I almost made it.
Okay, I'll show you another way, an easy way to get up. I just failed this one.
Alright, let me shoot Ruffer an invite.
Are you shooting him in the
An invite, bro. An invite. I don't shoot emails, I shoot invites. Oh, you know what? It's actually, I'm a dummy. It's Roofer. It's definitely not Ruffer. It's Roofer. Ruffer would have 2 Fs. Roofer has 1 F.
Hey, I broke his arm on the guy next to you.
What's up, man? I missed it again.
You wanker. Jump off before you hit the end.
So it's Ruffer, it's Roofer, right? That's how you say your name? Oh, it's Ruffer.
It's rougher.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I read it as Ruffer.
Jump off just
Whoa,
before.
whoa, whoa.
Yep, that move.
Dude.
Oh my god, I'll just set you another
No,
zip line.
no,
I'll set you
no, no, oh, no, I'm good. No, I'm doing it.
back
I'm
on
doing
the
it.
bench.
You can't stop me now, bro. I'm doing this. Alright, so let me.
Hey
let
guys,
me alright, so here, no.
just go
I
straight
get
to
here.
it. 'cause you
I
can't-
get here. I get here. Look, I'm a grown man.
Then you get
I'm
up
a grown
here.
man. I don't
Then come up here.
move as well as I used to.
Come to me.
Alright, I'm just gonna
shot
take the
holes
new
in-
zip line.
Like 7.
Yeah, 1 second there. I'll be. He's trying to show me some nonsense. What is going on with your? You and your zip lines are garbage, man.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I can easily get up.
Your zip lines are garbage. There we go. What is going on? This is crazy. This is
Something is wrong. Okay,
no. I'm doing
Okay,
this. I'm doing this. I got this. Okay, bam. I'm here. Now what?
I
Oh,
can't
there it
do
is.
anymore.
I see it.
I'm laughing so hard. Look at the little toy. Yeah.
Hey, little toy guy. Die, mother. Alright, so I'm accepting Ruffer's invite.
Chuck him an invite.
Oh, are we doing ranked?
Yeah,
Or,
well, yeah, right.
Frank, yeah.
no?
We're
Okay. I don't do rank that much. I'm a bronze too.
okay. It's all gravy. It's all
Yeah.
gravy. I mean, you got a better KDR than I do, so you'll be more of a help than I am.
Yeah. My highest kill is 13. My most damage is 2,691.
You'll be good.
Oh no, I have something on that I'm not meant to have on.
Is it your pants?
Yes, my pants are very fast.
Just checking, man. I'm just checking.
Meant to take off all my clothes.
That's how I play when I'm not streaming.
Maybe I fix my pathfinder up.
Now this will bring him to our level, right, Ram?
Yeah, always goes to
Okay.
the highest. What, you scared me?
Terrified, bro. Damn, look at me being a sucker majucker without a hammer badge.
Stop being such a sucker my
Can't help it, bro. I was born a sucker majucker.
Don't you have the hammer
Nope.
badge yet, mechanic? Oh, that's
Tell me about it.
I got the hammer badge when I was like level
Yeah.
15.
I rub it in, why don't you? Rub it in. It's cool. That's cool.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
mechanic. I got level 4 of the hammer badge when I was level 0.
You know what? You can fight me, bro.
I'm gonna go to this hanging.
Alright.
You have the stage too, so do I.
Oh, we got somebody landing here. He landed before me,
Wow,
so
there's
I'm
a
not
lot
going
of
there.
Yeah, there is a ladder.
Okay, time to get some kills.
Alright, protect me.
Wrap up in
Protect me,
kills,
Ram.
boys.
Keep me alive.
If I see one of you die, I'm disappointed.
Dude, I just
Behind
got a
you.
Mozambique, and it is not on fleek.
Mozambique's on
I'm
fleek.
running away with my...
How am I hitting someone with that thermite?
Yo.
No way.
Who is sniping me? Come on, I got a Mozambique. It's not fair. Oh, one's down. The other's not, though. And that gas is gonna kill me. Oh, I got away.
Run,
I don't know
please.
how that works. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Plastic right over there.
Hit him for the
He hit me with
Oh, fucking
enough
down.
to kill me.
I hate
Dang.
just getting...
Who's the last person?
When you just get a longbow, that's so shit.
Mmm.
I was about to grab a level 3 shield too. I mean a level 2 shield. And that brought my key down to 1.8.
200 damage.
I think I had like 36 damage. I had 40 damage.
Like, I had like...
I had 197 damage.
No! God damn it.
Goddamn sucking the jokers.
Why would you do now, Zed?
Nothing.
Oh, just sucking jokers? Just nothing else? Just suckers and jokers?
Yeah, just complaining about all the sucking the jokers.
Yeah. You know what, Miguel? You're
Dude,
a
I
sucker
am
majocker.
such a sucker majocker. I'll show you with not having my damage badge.
So,
Oh,
I don't use anyone else except Ray.
my bad.
No one else. No one else except literally.
Well, this will be a fun game. My apologies. Yeah, I just bounce around. When I suck enough with one, I pick another to suck
Yeah.
with for a while. But now I know. Wraith will be all yours after this.
Thermal?
Sure.
Don't
Alright,
mind.
I'm gonna land here and I'll meet you.
I don't want to go to Dathomir.
Not even a goddamn really? Really,
Oh my
game?
god, it's a G7.
Really, game? Fucking hell, finally, game.
Follow me, hold me down. Mozambique on fleek.
I might actually take that.
Cause you crazy, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, but I got the hammer points for it.
That does change
Fucking amazing.
things.
Because then you can just one-shot people with it. But then also I do have that power, so...
Oh, definitely did not want to swap those guns.
Actually, no. I'll stick with Prowler since I just got a full auto.
Oh, that was a hemlock I meant to ping, not the ultimate saw.
How do you charge Crypto's drone?
You should just be able to use it.
By
No,
holding
it
that
says it'll
Well,
say
doesn't it-
recharging forever.
Yeah,
You
because
can
it
just
doesn't.
you should be able to just use it.
Yeah.
I think it's a glitch. I've had it happen to me.
Oh yeah, it says charge.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's fine.
it's a glitch. It's a glitch.
Give me a
That's
second,
why-
sorry.
That's why I've been playing duos, but it wouldn't let me. It would save it.
Oh, that was okay. That was a little late, but this should have a key in it. So there's that. Where's your key at, bro? Definitely had a red. There it is.
Yeah, it'll be on the ground somewhere. Yep.
Got it.
Closest one is probably
Closest one's train station, yeah.
train yard. Train yard. It's the one in the circle.
So what we're
Yeah, let's get all the sweet loot. The sweet, sweet loot.
still like 300 meters away. Wait, but can I streak?
Can I what?
No, you got that. I was seeing if my thing could reach you, my zip line. Long dong.
Yeah, no. So I gotta zip up this way. I'm just pinging those if you can get them.
Long dong can't reach out and touch you yet.
If you're close, Ram, I'm just pinging so we don't lose those things.
Mr. Postman. Leave me away.
Don't get weird on me, Ram.
Near me.
Okay.
What the fuck, you were just
I
saying
was
that
not.
somewhere,
I was saying I'm pinging these things so we don't lose them. But if you want them, you can get them.
What are you saying,
No.
Mr. Postman?
You need to stop smoking your drugs, man.
Just leave me alone, my weed's good, okay?
Cocaine's one hell of a drug.
Well, I take care of
Heroin is even better.
Ice is better. Ice is the best.
Ice is for people who. What did you ping? Did you ping the proud? No, you ping the heavy clip.
That's fine. Yeah,
Nah,
you can
bro.
keep it. Yeah,
No,
it's
don't
fine.
give me that. Don't give me your gruff. I'm coming to give it to you.
I'm gonna head to the...
I'm coming to give it to you. Stop running away from me.
I think I hear a crypto drone. No, it's not.
shoot it down.
Okay.
It was a
Okay.
cargo
Yeah,
bot.
here's another
Cargo
cargo
bot.
bot. That's too far. Whatever. I'm going to the vault.
Okay. I think there's a four.
Really? I thought you were going to James Story.
What nonsense are you even talking about? Oh, is it open? We do have the. I have the key, you stupid robot.
That's why I
Listen,
said
you
we.
robot. Don't you throw grenades at me?
Ah,
Dang, you got the fasties.
Yay. Got that.
Dang. I got here early. Light.
Got that. There's a blue vet. Okay, everybody's got that. And everybody's got. Nothing else. Alright.
Okay, my guns are stacked.
Oh, here you go, Ram.
what?
People over here
Okay.
fighting.
Let's catch
Shoot
up
'em.
with the roof.
Well, honestly, I'm droning.
Okay.
I'm droning out.
We're coming to help you roof these fools. Oh, above us on the,
Hey, they're up top.
Right here.
Up top.
Yeah.
28 wide on that guy.
alright. Oh, zipping back. Broke his shield.
They're heading across. One just
Drop
jumped down. One
Oh,
jumped
there's
down.
somebody right here.
Okay.
Hit him 73 mechanic.
I'm coming. Coming.
Alright, nice. I'm shielding up real quick. Train's pulling in. I don't see anybody on it though.
It's fall, which means you're probably hearing a lot of
Pumpkin spice lattes are
Oh, I forgot who it was. I tried to smoke.
They suck with grenades, boys.
Dang, I forgot. I wasn't there.
Knock one.
Eastern University's MBA program every 7 weeks. Earn your degree fully
Pushing.
online and finish in just
Oh
1
shit,
year.
alright, I'm coming to the zip line.
As little as 15 minutes at eastern.edu/MBA.
He's going
Oh, there's somebody down there. Oh, that grenade hurt. Right inside. Oh shit, I was coming off because there's a Wraith portal down here too. I don't know where it goes. There's so many people.
God, there's like 10. Yeah, there was a lot of people there.
That's some good shooting, no?
I feel like I did like nothing, to be honest. I feel like I did nothing.
Only did 350 damage.
Yeah. Not bad, not bad.
It's trash.
It's not bad, bro. I said it's not bad. This is my stream.
That
My
is
stream, what I say goes. I'm not sure this
Yeah,
is
it's,
okay.
it's trash for me too.
Yeah, I'm normally getting like 4,000 kills all the time. I'm just, I mean, I'm off my game this year. I'll bring back my controllers now.
I normally get 4,000 kills per second, and why am I so bad?
Alright, I am back. Alright, Wraith is all yours. I'm a jump master. We're doing Skyhook. I don't even know where to land. We're gonna land there.
Oh, you're going Sky.
We're gonna hook these skies, bro. We're gonna hook them good.
Going directly in mid, so hopefully I can get a couple of kills straight off the bat.
Hopefully.
Peacekeeper, blue shield, let's go. No one landed here, are you kidding me?
Yeah, they did. I'm about to kill him.
Oh, really? I have not yet found the gun, so.
Hey, time to finish.
Oh, nice.
Damn. Mozambique on fleek.
Dang, we're
Easy.
already all got blue shields.
Ooh, that was definitely no, come back, don't fly away. It was definitely the drone. Finally, cargo bot.
I have.
But I definitely shot the drone in the first one and it didn't drop.
Oh, bro.
Oh
really?
no, my batteries are low and I don't have any. That's one reason I have chargeable batteries. People in that building?
Go kill him.
Okay,
I believe.
I am.
I believe so. Yeah, I see.
top.
I'm coming. I'm just gonna Mozambique and go.
Knocked him.
Nice.
I got a vault key though, so.
Easy
Think there's another
kills,
one?
man.
No, I don't think so. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Select
nothing but this Mozambique. Oh, another Mozambique. Yay. Alright, here we go. Alternator.
It's better than the Mozambique, 2 Mozambiques.
I mean, I would beg to differ that 0 Mozambiques is better than
One's better than 2.
no Mozambiques.
It's
Ooh,
yeah.
charge rifle. I'm taking that mother.
Hit him 3 times for 11.
Okay.
Easy kill.
He has great shield.
I'm coming. All late and shite.
He ran. Oh, he hit me for a lot.
He's up on the roof. Oh, somebody's down on like ground level. And they took like, I don't even know, a lot of shit off me.
People healing up. Oh, he's gassed the door, that bastard. Get through on top of it. Which floor? Are they bottom?
Bottom floor. They're all so low. What do you mean?
Knock 2, there's one more. Come on, mechanic.
Okay, he's low.
He's down. Bullshit.
I dealt so much damage. Look at that damage, though.
What? 300 damage.
Well, you did only like 100 more. That's still annoying.
I was in there like, bang, 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 bang. 80 damage, bang.
You did 498.
Yeah, I was running around with a Mozambique like a bitch.
Plus 6 rep. Oh, yeah.
What's up, Poppy? What do you want? I ain't got nothing for you, bud.
I think this is gonna be my last game. Well, it depends.
Not today, robot. Not today. Alright, let's go to good old Faithful over here. Yeah.
Capital City.
Capital City, go to the building with the hole in it.
We got some guys coming with us as well. A couple of decoys from the line.
Don't be fooled. I'm a fool.
Don't be fooled.
Wingman, at least.
The Mozam, time to get out.
Okay.
Time to get out. Stop
Devotion
laughing.
in Devotion in Attic.
Ooh, R35, nice.
I got a wingman. $7.99. I'm dropping a Mozan for it.
Why'd you drop a Mozan for 99?
I know, right? It's like I'm a crack smoking mofo.
It's like the
man.
worst gun ever.
What's the oh, I'm still into sheep.
No, it's there we go.
No. Wait, did you say Peacekeeper?
Yes, I did.
Oof, yeah, I'm glad for that. Is there shotgun ammo?
Yep.
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 Oh, there's someone there as well. Nice.
Time to go put some work in. I need a shirt though. I'm running around top. There we go. I got a shirt.
Oh no, not my shirt.
I don't say I'm topless. I say the titties
Sorry,
is
wait,
out.
Oh,
He's coming across
Oh,
me.
well, tell him don't do that. Don't do that. Run away.
I'm coming.
So where is he, above us?
And a guy up top.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Run away. Why would it? Oh my goodness.
Okay, there's a Bangalore
Oh, yeah.
and I don't know what the other two things are.
They're chasing the shit out of me.
One more coming across.
Somebody just took the zip up.
Oh!
Oh no, his buddy's here too.
Done with this game.
And can I run?
Number
Is that the deal?
6.
I have no shield.
Damn man.
That's
Just
so
couldn't
weird.
get away from. He's right here. He just zipped up or grappled up.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Alright.
Knock one.
Okay, nice. I'm healing up and then I'm. I'm going for his banner. So that time's out. No, no, don't
What the
be
hell?
doing that. Don't be doing that stuff.
Second
Somebody's right
floor.
here.
Sitting in the corner. We just go to the fence. If you want to come get me.
I think that came from
Thank you.
across the street.
Wow.
Ah, man.
I do have to wonder, why did he first me instead of shooting at you first? Like he shot me.
Because he's a dum-dum?
Hey guys, I
Alright,
gotta
Roofer.
go.
Thanks for the game, buddy. Thanks for the follow. Adios. Have a good night. You say you gotta go too, Ram?
I wish he didn't steal my loot. That's the
Oh, him? Did he? I don't know. I was way behind you guys in all of those games.
moment. I'll fix them.
I guess he.
Duos is so hard now because there's like
Sorry,
no
Randy.
people playing
Yeah.
duos.
Yeah, see, like this with Apex, I need to play like every day, or I backslide in ability. So far, it's ridiculous. Like it's even if I only play on stream nights, I do terrible. And with the time I've been spending on Bless, and then, I mean, I haven't even been playing games every day. I'm just terrible. You're quiet. What'd you say?
What mission thing are you up to on this list?
I have no idea. I think when we played was the last time. I got off shortly after you got off. Or no, I got off because I was tired. I don't remember. My memory. Yeah, I think I got off. Yeah.
Nah, I'm joking. I got off because it was like.
Okay, right. I remember there was one game that.
Play for like
Yeah, there was one time
hour.
that you got off, and I thought that was during Apex. But no, I guess that was Blessed.
Oh, that was for Bless.
Alright, let's do Train Yard, and let's slay these kids. It's Slaypex Saturday.
It's today
It's Saturday morning. I
Yeah,
think,
for me,
right?
it's Saturday morning.
Oh no, it's... Yeah, it's Saturday morning.
Me, it's
Still
Saturday.
Friday.
For you, it's Friday night.
It's, oh, it's, yeah, okay, it's still 11.
It's still
Yeah, I thought it was,
technically
I thought it was like 3 a.m.
How is he already down? How'd you miss him?
Where's his banner? I thought it was over here. Oh, it's over here.
Can I get some help? I honestly thought that was him because he has the exact same skin as you.
Oh, squeaky, 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 yeah.
I thought that was something
Oh,
else. Please don't say oh yeah when something's squeaky.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, squeaky, squeaky.
Squeaky McSqueakerson.
My dog's playing with her squeaky toys. I'd much rather her play with her freaking toys rather than doing what she's done today.
Why, what did the dog do?
Oh god, just so she ate a whole loaf of bread. She climbed up on the table to eat a whole
As
loaf
dogs
of bread.
do.
She ate a quarter stick of butter.
What the flip? You gave her butter.
She got it out of the
I did it.
fridge.
Stealing it.
She opened the fridge. She buttered her half a loaf of.
No.
Oh, she has
it was on-
opposable thumbs to open
Yes.
the fridge.
So my sister was having like dinner or whatever, and
A girl's makeup night?
no, my sister was having dinner and she
Directly
stopped
vertical
for like
zip line.
two seconds. She stopped for like 2 seconds or whatever, went to go do something, and Siren jumped on the table, stole the butter and ate all the butter.
That's all it
underneath the
takes.
table.
Opie's now
And
eating
then
like one of the dining room chairs.
Like he's now with the professor.
he's now
One of the
eating
dining room
what?
chairs.
A chair.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Because it's Opie. Like, what do you expect? You expect Opie not to be
I
dopey?
kind of was hoping he wouldn't be, but
But Opie runs with Dopey, so of course Opie's gonna be Dopey. when
yeah,
has
he
to be
is
Dopey.
such a he's dumb as rocks. He
I'm a dummy rock. I like eating
for
rock.
real, like I'm about to give him rocks so he doesn't fucking cause like almost
I got wok for my
almost
birthday.
nothing will like last up to him chilling.
Sate his shoe.
Yeah.
Fits. Okay, come
So
on.
hopefully
Opie is
Siren,
Satan.
the like
Siren,
fall, his teeth will fall out of his head
What are you doing? Get off me.
after he chews rocks.
See? I wish I still had my dog.
Siren.
He wasn't as doggy. He was a praying
Your
man.
dog was a praying mantis?
Siren.
Yeah, she'd always like grab her head. So
Uh.
like praying mantis for some reason.
I'm trying to play a video game and you're stealing the controller from me. This is the most annoying thing she does. Grabs the damn controller.
Like, no, Siren. Well, yeah, Opie does. He grabs like anything he can. Like when I'm like trying to get dressed for work,
Let's
he's
go
like
check it
biting
out.
my
Okay.
belt and shit. Sure. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're telling me that he tries to do that when,
Yeah.
when you're trying to go to work
So
or whatever,
ridiculous.
right?
There's a
Bites
crate.
on your. Does he like try to bite on your socks?
No, the socks.
Oh,
stuff
he doesn't
with
bite
your-
on the socks.
Yeah,
eats
he
the
well he
socks.
would if like my socks were out. Anything that is fuzzy, he thinks is a toy for him. Half of the
Pretty
things that aren't fuzzy, he
Yeah.
thinks are a toy for him. He thinks,
Siren,
Okay.
leave it
Do
alone now.
Mechanic, I got this for you.
oh nice.
You
He
what?
thinks like if I'm wearing, no, I don't need that. If I'm wearing clothes, he thinks that they are a toy for him to chew on.
Yeah, Siren likes to pull at my shorts. Try to
My
pull
dog just like to cuddle.
Actually, I'm gonna go back for that.
wish-
There was a triple take.
She likes to cuddle, but she also likes to be a pain in the butt. Like right now, she's rolling around the bed, trying to bite my foot, and then when I push her away, she rolls back a different way and then tries to
And bites your
bite my
foot.
foot in a different way.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's
She's
what
just
dogs
trying
are
to find
for.
different
You
ways
have
to
to
bite my foot.
get a dog like by knowing that that's their nature and they're gonna eat
No.
your foot. Like it's tasty. It's a tasty bone. What do you
No.
expect?
Bad ram. No. I don't know where this triple take was. Oh, you're zipping above me. You're zipping above
Heck.
me. I have a gold sniper sight. And I can't find this triple take.
Oh, the
I'm
other guy
kidding.
took it. Okay, no. Yeah.
No, I choose to wait.
I'll take the scout.
I want to knock this chick because I got a craver. Where'd she go?
I don't know.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, exactly. Now you're gonna start licking my leg. It never ends.
It never ends.
It never ends.
Where'd this guy go? That was just
I don't know. He was like over where Bearded Savage is, but I don't see him.
Oh, he was
oh,
on the
I didn't even finish telling. Didn't even finish telling you the shit that she got up to. She also ripped apart 3 loofahs. Destroyed part of the carpet. Yeah. Toilet paper was everywhere.
Yeah, that's one of Opie's favorite things.
Toilet
Yeah.
paper.
Probably start heading
Yes, I agree.
in. Get on top of this road and I'll set up a system.
He also rips up the carpet in the room.
Whole
as
squad?
well. Oh, I started to take the zip line.
Enemy's right here.
Oh, hey, that's not nice. Oh, that hurt, that smoke. Alright, here,
Excuse me,
I'm
what is
gonna throw my special towards them.
Oh, do you have any filters?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's do some. Okay.
Up there, here on us. I think.
Our friend is not.
Oh yeah, shit, they're right here. Nice, good double team. Shit, the ring's closing.
Pick me up, pick me up. Thank you.
Oh, the ring's right here. Oh, we gotta go. Yay!
Fuck this is bullshit, honestly. Like, our teammate just sat there and got himself killed.
Yeah,
Siren, leave the carpet alone, for God's sakes.
for God's sake.
Did you name your dog Siren?
Siren, yes.
Siren. Nice.
I named her because because when I got her as a puppy, she was super, super, super loud. She was like She was like the
Ugly duckling.
That has nothing to do with being loud.
No, she's mouthy. She's still mouthy.
You gotta put that bitch in place.
How could you say
Tell that,
puppies are not body?
how it is. This is a man's house. Oh. If you're gonna open your mouth.
Well, I'm gonna throw you off.
And I can't say that about a puppy. I was about to get real greasy with it.
Bro, I'm gonna throw you.
Real greasy.
Bro, I'm gonna throw you.
No, bro. You're not throwing anybody off a cliff, bro.
Big Boy Thursday?
Nah, bro. It's Fat Boy Friday.
Fat Boy Friday, and you
I
didn't
did.
play Fat
Because
Boy.
it's really free play Friday. Because I was thinking maybe I'll play something else. And maybe I'll play some.
Big Boy Friday.
I was thinking about maybe playing some Minecraft. I'm trying to get my viewer count or my follower count up like Rams. Trying to get it.
Yeah, I know on Minecraft I got so
Trying to get
many-
followers like the Armored Ozzy.
like the armored Oz.
Sorry, leave it alone.
Do what?
Leave my leg alone. Leave everything alone. Just
This is gonna have to be
Okay.
the last game.
Let's make it a good one then, Rambo.
Pressure.
Oh, look at you surfing on your hoverboard like Marty McFly.
Siren, why are you licking my leg?
Oh, okay.
You think Siren wants to?
Okay,
Yeah,
I
go
thought our
with this one.
teammate left, but he didn't.
Thank you. Lay down. Exactly. That's a good girl.
Shit, somebody else is here. What? Mother. He's right by
Where
my
is he?
body.
Where is he?
Just loot my box. Nice.
Oh, this is the guy I was fighting before, and he ran away.
Nice. Yeah, son. Get some.
Okay, come on.
You know, I brought my pit bull with me. Y'all just Maltese.
Siren, why when I'm playing video games? When I'm not playing video games, you don't want nothing to do with me. But
Across the way?
when playing video games, it's like click, 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 fight, fight, fight. God, come on.
Oh, put a shirt on. Hey, get whatever's gold.
What a dickhead, honestly. This
King
fucking-
Quasar version 2.
I know. He just steals my stuff.
Siren! Come on. Give it a break.
And he's nowhere to help you here. He's off healing up that little bit of health.
Yeah, I know. Look at him. Tons away. I hate this dude so much. The dickhead. No, this guy, he stole all my gear and now he's got purple armor that's been next to this one. And now he's dead. He's got 2 snipers, bro. An idiot. Yo, we've just raised him, dickhead, so what's this gonna do? He's gonna go raise you. He's literally going to respawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't make that. I was gonna say, if he does that, I'll just leave the game and say, fuck him. I typed the chat in for it to say some stuff to him, but it didn't. Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I do. Oh.
I'm just gonna dance around until like your timer runs out. What?
RamRever13 says. You
You
dumb.
dumb!
He's not gonna get my banner, is
You
he?
dumb!
Siren, stop now.
Alright, well I guess we're leaving this match.
Wait. Yeah, let's leave.
RamRever13
I
says.
left where it said it. We'll just tell him.
You gay cunt.
That's a bit harsh. I left and then when I came back, when I like came into the lobby, it was like, when I was leaving, it was like, Round 13 says, and then I left and like, oh, I missed it. And then when I come in the lobby, it's like, you gay cunt. I'm like, damn, that's harsh.
That's harsh. Oh, wow. Turn it up.
I have to go, guys. We should press on.
Okay, buddy. Thank you for the games. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun.
Thank you. I'm gonna go like watch YouTube until I fall asleep now. Cause
Well, you
I have to
got
go
to do tomorrow?
like away. 5 days. Oh, we're going like
Ah,
this.
nice. You're always doing some fancy ass shit. Well, enjoy your fancy ass shit tomorrow.
It's tough picking out a new pair of glasses.
Adios.
It's always, oh, this
I was,
Sorry, what
yeah.
were you saying?
I was saying, enjoy your fancy ass shit tomorrow.
We're giving you both. 2 pairs of single vision glasses for $49.
Oh yeah,
or 2
plus I
pairs
have
of
to
Yes.
ask you.
$89. That
What does a ZLG at the
Zero
start
Logic
mean?
Gaming.
500 grade frame, so you will have to narrow it down. It's
Is that like a
That's
clan
like
or something?
Zero Logic. That's like
Yep.
the
a location near you.
Discord that you belong to with us. I think you belong to Discord.
Oh yeah.
Store for details.
How do I join?
You're part of it, bro. You just gotta, you just gotta
I'm
want to
part of it?
be.
Nice. I just need to change
You don't
my
even
name.
have to do that. You just,
I'll change it to GL
Yeah, you don't.
you can if you want.
or 2 back.
Yeah, you can if you want. You don't have to. All you need to have is a pure heart and a
Oh, that's
And-
not me, mate.
and a hard dick.
Pure heart and a
Yeah.
healthy brain.
Pure heart and an unstable
Exactly.
mind.
Pure heart.
And it can't hurt to have a hard dick. You know what I mean?
Thanks for the games, guys.
And Joe just
Yeah, and Joe's made it so weird he's got to go
not
himself.
really.
But
Oh no way! You just been Rangers, huh?
Everybody, I'm like, yeah, this is the stipulations for being in Zero Logic. This and this and this. Joe's like,
And a
yeah,
hard dick.
You guys need a hard. Like, oh, this is exactly the
It's just like there's like a list of like the things like this is what Zero Logic aspires to be: honorable, virtuous,
A big hard.
pure of heart, sound of mind. And then I'm just like
Something long,
writing
hard,
in the
and
bottom and
fulsome.
crown like, and a hard dick.
Oh, get your mind out of the gutter. It was the summer. Yeah, exactly.
So, but
Anyway,
Yeah,
thanks for
thank
the game,
you,
guys.
buddy.
I shall
Yeah.
see you later. Wait. If you're around Sunday night, I think. Is that right?
I might be. I work till 8 o'clock my
I was
time,
gonna
so
say.
I might be on after that.
If you are on, I'll probably be
Okay.
on then as well.
Sounds
You can catch back
sounds
up again
good.
if you want. Yep. I shall see you later. my
adios,
friend.
buddy. Peace. In the Middle East. What's up, Zero? Welcome to the stream. You left already, I think. I don't know. If you're still here, hello. If you're gone, go fuck yourself.
yeah. No, forget about your face.
Alright, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Get in, Jeff. Get in. my couch. Alright, I'm back. Wonderful. Okay, so nobody came in and said anything. Cool. I got a couple messages from, not messages, a couple invites from Grim. I think I got 2, and I got 1 from Zero. I got some from Zero earlier. And then, yeah, I think so. And then they joined, and then Zero joined the party when Grim was smoking. I was like, yeah, when you're done there, I think he said whenever Ram logs off, if you're still on and want to play, join them. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll meet you over in their party, and we'll pick up this fun time there.
Okay, I'll go join the party right now. Give me a second.
Sounds great. Knock, knock, motherfuckers!
They're outside. They fucked me up. I didn't even know they were there, dude. Dude, there's 4 people out. There was 4 fucking people, dude. Dude, that was fun.
Something.
Isn't that
Yeah,
cheating
well, I'm gonna
shit?
go.
There was 4 of them.
I'm sitting back around. Oh, were they really? 2 squads joined together? Oh,
Either they joined together or they were. I saw 4. I saw 3 to 4
They're
people.
cheating ass motherfuckers.
I don't know. Cheating ass motherfuckers. Hey man, me and Grim had a game earlier.
Then now you
Like-
decide to come over here. I'm about to
Yeah,
get
now you-
food.
Ram just logged off.
Where the
Joe's like, yeah, I'll be on soon. And then he plays with
Yeah.
me. Like, thanks,
should I
bro.
play with a childhood friend and another gangsta ass motherfucker? Or should I play with this Australian?
I
kid
got
in
on,
Germany?
I got on,
No, I'm
and
just
he
playing.
shot me the invite.
I'm just
So
playing, dude.
I also told
just
him
playing.
yesterday
just
that I
talking shit.
was going to try to get on earlier, so it wouldn't be so late for him and we could play. And I
Yeah.
wasn't able to do that.
I'm just playing, man. But dude, we were in a game earlier, man. We had a potato.
Yo, we had a
with
killer ass game.
I've been doing garbage.
dude.
Me and Zero.
We
Zero had 20. What was it?
something over 2,000
Nice.
damage. 2,000.
He got the hammer badge with 9 kills, and I had 1,700 damage, well 1,699.
You got the hammer badge?
Yeah,
I thought the
7
hammer badge
kills.
started 2,500.
There's
2,000.
2,000, 4,500, 3,000,
Nice.
4,000 is the levels. But like,
Yes.
and the kid we were with, we would have won probably. But like the kid we were with when we went down, he steps out on this porch with a triple take, stands still, and just goes pop, pop, and like gets
Yeah.
killed. Dude.
Well,
he had
he
200
was-
something damage.
He was useless. He did like, I think 200 and something damage. And
Yeah, it
then
was too. Yeah,
I had like 1,700 and Zero had 2,000 something. So like,
it was
he
pathetic.
was basically useless. Yeah. He was like hiding from fights and coming out the loot boxes. Basically.
Nice.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I
weak
was-
sauce. Is Zed playing?
Nah, he's playing Star
Apex.
Wars. A Fallen Zedicus or something.
Okay.
No. Well, I'll probably at least play when I come back, but I'm gonna go get some
Oh.
food. I told Zero
Okay,
already.
I'll tell you what.
Bedtime at home. I'm
gonna-
gonna go eat some food
Okay.
after this game. And then that just happens to be when Ram decides to stop stealing drugs from everybody.
I'm a hot commodity. I mean, my gaming is so
Joe-
good, everybody wants me.
I'll play like a game or two. Then I'm
You-
gonna get a quick bite, but it's just something I want to warm up.
You do what you gotta do. If you want to go now, you can go
so
now.
I'll be back too. No, I'll play at least one game. I'll play at least one game, and then I'll just warm something up and come back.
Look, you don't got. I don't want your
Alright,
pity
well, I'll be back
games.
soon, guys. I'll let you know when I come
Alright.
back.
All right, call that shit in,
Alright.
make it an efficient trip. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't want your pity games. If you want to go boil some hot dogs,
No, I'll get some.
go ahead and boil some hot dogs.
It's boiled hot dogs and fucking cabbage and shit. That's all I
I'm
eat is
talking
hot dogs and cabbage.
I mean, that's how you know you're having a rough night.
That's a little fucked up there. It's a little fucked up there.
Bam, 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 bam.
What Star Wars game you playing, Zed?
I fall in
new
Zedicus.
one. Came out today.
Oh yeah, okay. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. It's what's it called? It's like
It's a Fallen Jedi. Star Wars, a Fallen Jedi.
oh yeah, it's called Jedi Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. It's a little bullshit right now, but
So is it like an RPG or is it like a Battlefield 2? Oh, it's
Yeah.
an RPG, really. Is it an MMO? Like, is it online? Like, oh,
no.
that's less
Single
cool,
player.
but I still like it. Oh, I got a bitch up
Yeah,
here
you
with
know, I've been wanting to. Alright, I'm going.
me. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
You've been wanting to what?
I tricked her into walking off, so.
Oh, awesome.
I hit her like 4 times with the fucking scout, and then she pre-fired
I'm sitting here trying to
the corner and fucked me up.
you fucking dumbass. Why did you not do that in the beginning? There you
Shit
go.
is popping off.
I totally forgot that I can stop time. I'm like kept trying to do this one part and I'm like, why can't I do it? And I was like, wait, I'm not using my force stop.
There's kids in the barn.
I just dropped the
and
gold
there's
thing.
A kid ran over in that
Okay.
direction.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
a
maybe
gold
they'll
shield,
go-
I think.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm down there with
stepped
you.
off. It's like a reflex action. It's a blue shield. Get it.
Gold bag, you take that because you'll probably be picking me up.
Backpack. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, and a key.
I got
Let's go to the vault.
Or, oh, dude, right here.
Okay, I got a vault key too.
Where's my gun shield? How come I can't see my gun shield? Oh my god. Yeah.
Pass on me. Oh, is that the throw up?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Shit. Somebody come in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is trash, Jimmies. You stay here, buddy.
Alright.
He's gonna need food and water.
This dude's almost. Oh, there's 2 of them. Damn. That's
Fuck.
a strong one. That's a strong one. Damn.
I was paying attention to him. Don't tell me I'm not loving my dog. Yeah. She came in here like distracted.
So Joe says our new stipulation to people joining Zero One is they need to have a hard dick.
Yeah, Ram. As he was signing off, he's like, oh, just what's the ZLG stand for in front of your names? And I'm like, Zero Logic Gaming. And he goes, oh, what's that? I'm like, that's our group. That's like the Discord you belong to and the Facebook group. And he goes, oh, okay. He's like, how do I get into it? I'm like. Zed's like, I thought you were already in. I'm like, yeah, you just gotta have like a pure, you gotta want to be in and have a pure heart. And then Zed's like, and an empty mind. And I'm like, a hard dick.
That's hilarious. Oh shit.
I was like, jeez, Joe.
And then it was quiet for like, I don't know, 3 seconds. And I'm like,
The new stipulation to people joining Zero One.
While he was
Like,
checking.
yeah.
While he was checking.
yeah. He's like, hold on. He's like, I'll burb. Let me check. He's like, oh, it's not. But I can make it hard. Hold on. I'm like, sorry, bro.
Quick, send me a picture of your
Yeah.
grandmother.
Sorry, bro. You gotta come to the party with. I mean, prepared. You can't get prepared at the party.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh. Why does it sound like Darth Vader?
I know it kind of makes sense.
Like
Like
Darth Vader somewhere around here.
I thought I talked to him before about Zero Logic, and I thought before he asked about like wanting to be in or how he or something like that. And I thought before I told him that, like you're in, like you're part of the Discord. It's not like there's no like we don't like jump
Yeah,
people
have you
in.
joined the chat channel and not
I mean,
understand
we're not like the Latin
Right,
Kings.
right.
Like
he seems like a pretty sharp kid. I'm surprised he didn't notice when he joined the channel name
Yeah.
GLD or whatever. That,
right, you'd think.
That's you're part of.
I don't know.
it.
Maybe
Yeah.
he thought he was just it was like a peripheral thing. He was just like in the chat, but not actually like in the group. Like the group is like a tighter. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah. Yeah. Like you say,
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
him in.
What in the fuck is that?
yeah, you gotta fly down to Philly, and I gotta beat your ass.
Golgara. Holy crap. Yeah. I'm sorry, Golgara. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Whoa.
Oh yes,
Don't hurt
best
me.
I saw. I'm going for it. But yeah, so before when I was talking about making like the merchandise for Zero Logic, like I was working on the T-shirts and like the logo and stuff. And like me and Zed were going back and forth. It was a couple days or like a week or so, like working on designs and like discussing it with Zed and like trying to figure out what works. I remember I told him about it and he's like, man, you should make like merchandise for your channel. Like I'd buy it. I'm like, yeah, eventually I will. I'm planning on like making merchandise for like everybody's channel, like Zed's channel and anybody else who streams. Like I was gonna take that on myself and make all of that stuff. I mean, make logos and stuff for everybody if they wanted it. But like
Right.
now that like having this conversation where like he doesn't think he was part of it, it kind of makes sense that like why he wasn't interested. Like he would be interested in buying merchandise if it was mine, but not like Zero Logic's. I guess because he didn't realize he was part of Zero Logic. So I don't know.
Right.
Probably didn't even realize exactly what Zero Logic
It's
was.
the coolest place on the internet, bro.
When you've seen the rest of the alphabet
Yeah.
come to Z.
Check us out down here at the Z. I'm gonna pop this Ultimate Excel.
When the other 25 letters are played.
You can come to Z and you can get spayed. That's what we do. We spade
Oh
bitches.
shit.
Where we got empty
And
minds.
hard dicks.
Oh shit.
All we got is hard dick and bubble gum. I just ran out of bubble gum.
Hard dicks and bubblegum. Oh yeah.
What do I actually, do you have a light gun? Do you need light bullets? I have light bullets.
No, I got heavy shoddy. I'm gonna drop some light too. Do you want a 3x?
Sure, I'll take a 3x sight.
Oops, I didn't even drop the Bernie stick.
Did I accidentally pick that Bernie stick up? Okay.
No, I got. There's a barrel there too.
Barrel.
Plot barrel.
What is up with this fucking? This is
Stabilizer.
one next level scary
It's
battle.
under the-
Shit.
There we go.
So, there you go.
Oh my god, this bat is fucked up.
I hear. Yeah.
I hear somebody, Joe.
Right there.
Oh, he's right here.
Let's go get him.
Two of them right here. Right.
Oh, I missed all those shots.
you go. Teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, yeah.
What? Well, I mean,
Now I'm
shield cell.
going to search this box. The first guy that we downed. Ooh, select fire.
That was badass.
what?
Oh, this just
This
changed
is so
it.
fucking wicked.
Yes, I'm going dual heavies. I'm dropping my havoc.
Two X and one HU sides.
I'm going quadruple Bernie sticks.
Heck yeah.
Oh, there's a 99 now. Well, you were just in there. I don't need to.
You know what the really interesting thing is?
I think I hear somebody
you guys ever
zipping.
watched the movie Shameless? Or the TV show?
No, I
Game of
haven't.
Thrones?
Oh shit, we gotta go.
No.
Is that the one with the dude off Arrested Development?
It's like some drunken
It's
alcoholic
Will-
father and his kids or whatever.
Oh, that's Dennis.
William-
Yeah, William H. Macy.
William H.
Oh, William H. Macy. Okay, okay. I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about, though.
Anyways, one of the kids from it is actually
Right
Oh,
here.
they're already zipping. I'm listening, Zed.
one of the kids from this movie, from that show, are actually play the main character in this. And they
Duck that
kinda made-
bitch.
One of the really interesting things with this game
Here, take the shield.
is
Take the
they
shield.
took the
Okay.
they took the game, they took the character, and they basically, like, to make it as real as they could try to make it, they made his,
Throw in the shield. Throw in the shield. Stay in the
There's
shield.
one in there. Oh,
Oh, what? That's fucked up.
yeah, there was one bomb had landed.
Yeah, but you would think it should protect you from it.
Well, no, it was.
You're still in the shield.
The bomb
That's
was
just like the marker.
no. Yeah, it was a
Oh,
it was a
I
battle
see,
war.
I see. Okay.
Here,
It
here,
goes
you gotta
off,
heal
yeah.
up.
I got syringes. Oh, okay. Okay.
Here.
Thank you. I've got syringes
No,
to
I'm
drop
good.
for you.
I have 9.
Okay.
this is crazy, I'm like literally fighting this bat in the middle of the fucking air.
Dude, that kid Joe, he ducked my shots twice. He fucking ducked them. That's why I teabagged him, because when my superior fucking skills won
He
out,
was like
I had to show him.
fucking matrixing the shit out of your bullets. I'm Neo, bitch.
Yeah, I was like, dodge this. Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of fun stuff going on over here. I think we should push the. We don't have much time. I think we should push the
Yeah.
circle.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Right behind you.
And if we can get up here in this choke when they come and knocking, we can get the popping.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Oh,
Shooting.
trying to.
Only 10 squads left.
There we go.
Oh, do I hear somebody?
I see some people on the train tracks.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We should probably go through this.
Yeah, I think yeah, right there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move.
Yeah, I think they're going through that
Go
other.
back this
yeah.
way.
I think they're going through that other little passageway.
Seeing how shit's got up, it made me think we should switch him.
Okay.
He's run around a lot. He should be alright.
Yeah, I think those people you marked were fighting somebody. Oh yeah, hey, there's shooting one down right there, Joe.
Yeah, the cinematics of this game are ridiculous.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it. I don't really know
Yeah,
much
they're pretty
about
cool.
it, but
Ooh, I hit somebody for 80 armor. Yeah, they're not even in this room.
probably upstairs.
There is.
Oh, behind you?
Fucking fuck.
Shit! Down.
Nice. Oh, I thought you. I heard you say down, but I thought you were the one that killed them.
No, we killed that squad. We killed that squad. I mean, you killed both of them, but then another squad.
That's crazy. I was just doing so terrible with Rand. Like, it was embarrassing. Yeah, there was a viewer
Really?
that came in that wanted to join us.
Hopefully he'll be interested in hearing this stuff.
And then he played a couple games, and well, first he gets in, he's like, I'm bullshitting with Rand about like how bad I am, and he's like, I'm level 33 with around 324 kills, 11 wins, 2.01 KDR with Wraith. Is that good? And I'm like, yeah, man, that's better than I have. My KDR this season's like 0.75. So he's like, can I join? I'm like, sure. What's your Xbox or whatever? He tells me. He joins. We play a couple. I do terrible. I'm like 54 damage, 40 damage. One of them I got 80 damage. I broke 100 a couple times, but the Rams getting like 500, 600. And this kid's getting like 300 to 400. But like, we're not really getting a lot of kills. And then one game he's like, oh, my batteries are dying. Oh, and I don't have any spare batteries. This is gonna be my last game, guys. I'm like, alright, buddy. Thanks for the games. It's been real.
Oh, I have to go to the dollar store to buy another pack of batteries tomorrow.
So I'm like, alright, bud. Thanks for the games.
Oh shit!
See ya later.
I have to go pawn my other controller to buy a pack
Yeah.
of batteries.
Pulling some bull. So,
Oh shit!
whatever.
I gotta go suck a dick for some
Have you ever
double
sucked dick for batteries?
That's hilarious. I've got no more batteries. Oh,
So,
shit.
I was like, alright, see you later.
Not had the Xbox. on,
Yeah.
huh, kid?
Alright, whatever. See you later.
Oh,
It's
damn.
cool. But I mean, he followed me and stuff, so
Yeah,
maybe I'll see him again.
that's cool. Yeah, I understand though. I mean, you know, I've had plenty of games like that myself, and it sucks. It makes you look bad. You're not bad. It's just, you know, you have
Yeah.
good games and bad games.
But,
like everybody.
I mean, he was forewarned. I mean, he started talking about his stats because I was talking about how terrible I was. Oh, I just froze. Okay, I'm back. Yo, that's crazy. There was no one in front of us on my screen, and then I froze, and then when I came back, first of all, I was
yeah,
moving my
yeah, too,
stick,
dude.
so when I came back, I was facing like somewhere else. So I straightened out, and there was like 4 squads in
okay.
front of me.
One of us had an internet bug.
Oh, come on.
Ping him.
Yeah, I'm trying to fight survival here.
Oh, he ran around the back there. Okay.
Okay, come on.
Oh, this fucker punched me to death. Oh my god, he's almost dead though. Right here. Oh, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them.
Okay.
One of them got a gun.
Okay.
Gibraltar has a gun, the other one doesn't.
Oh, I'm out of bullets. I have 13 bullets left.
Shit.
Okay, I got some more bullets. And
Okay, this is
Yeah.
not going the way I wanted it to. Jesus Christ.
We get on the shitty Dracula.
sure.
Yeah, you know. Zed, how old are you?
29.
We found Chiggy's
Alright. Well, yeah, well, the one game I'm talking about would be before your time, but I don't
What's that
know.
game?
I know that Dark Forces was like one of the earliest Star Wars first-person shooters. It was a badass game for the time, but like
What
there's a whole
system was
series
it
of
on?
them, like Jedi. It was on PC, but there's a whole. I'm gonna wait a minute. Joe's in a battle here.
I can't necessarily.
You like that move?
Yeah, Joe.
I smoke on
Hell
one
yeah.
side and run around that
Can't
side.
necessarily want Zed. Zed, what'd you say? You can't necessarily want.
Guess he's gone.
Yeah. That's weird. Maybe muted on accident. Man, maybe the internet's just fucking up for everybody or something, because I experienced the same freeze you did.
Yeah, like, and the freeze, whatever, I can deal with it. But when I came back, there was like 4 fucking squads in front of us that weren't there when we froze. So it was
Oh,
just
no.
like, so I don't know if you saw them, but I didn't. And then I froze and came back, and all of a sudden, like, everybody's in front of me.
Yeah, just watching you right now, or a few seconds ago, it was kind of, it still is, it's kind of like laggy.
Well, that sucks. It's very annoying when that happens.
Is your girlfriend watching Netflix or anything?
Probably, but she would have been watching it the whole time.
Dozens of hospitals, thousands of providers. It's
Yeah,
no secret
yeah.
that the city
The only
of
reason I said
Philadelphia
that is
a
because,
hub
like,
for
sometimes when you
healthcare
first
and
buffer a
related
show,
services.
it'll screw
At
with your
St.
internet, but
Joseph's University,
you guys probably have some pretty badass internet.
It's pretty good.
We offer master's degrees
not
in
the
health
greatest, but
administration
it's
and health education, an MBA in pharmaceutical
definitely adequate.
and a variety of certificate programs.
Yeah. What do you got?
100 up, 100 down.
/radio to learn more.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. My company doesn't have symmetric connections like that. You can get like 100 down, but like their maximum up is like pathetic compared to that. I don't know, maybe 5 or something.
I can't get upload speeds near
Yeah.
near that. Like I get download speed. Like I have like insane download speeds. But a good download speed.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But my upload speed is like trash.
This is the
So-
first thing I've heard you say, Zed, for like 2 minutes. I heard you say I can't necessarily a minute ago, and then I heard nothing else until you started talking about your internet speed.
Oh, my headset. Not my headset. My controller keeps
I
dying.
guess,
Oh,
I guess you
okay.
don't got batteries
I'm
either.
trying to play with it while it's plugged in.
That's what that kid, that was his
Trying to
reason
play
for
with it
not
while it's
playing with
plugged
me.
in.
His controller was dying and he didn't have batteries.
Yeah, Zed's like my controller's dying too, Joe. Can't
Oh, there's a,
play with it.
yeah, there's a blue, it's just a 2X sight that I grabbed.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No, I grabbed it.
yeah.
I was gonna say there's a blue box up here. But then I changed my mind because I'm like, oh, it's just a
Okay.
2X sight that I grabbed.
Sorry guys, I can't play with you. I'm just
Yeah.
a human being.
That'd be hilarious for an excuse, just like, okay, well, it's honest. It's not even an excuse. It's just-
I'm not even mad at it. Or even if he's like,
But yeah, what I was saying, Zed, about the.
I was gonna say, or even if he's like, Yeah, I gotta go. You guys suck. I would respect that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's being real, you know.
You
Yeah, I
guys
was
are
talking
fucking
about
up like KDR.
Yeah.
Bad.
All right, cool, bro.
I was talking about Dark Forces Zed. That's the first like Star Wars first-person shooter, probably, or at least the first one where you're playing like a dude. It's not like the old arcade game, but then they had like the Jedi Knight series, which would have been out when you were old enough to be gaming.
Well,
But it's all a
I
big
was
series.
gaming-
But
I was gaming when I was super young, so
well, yeah, I mean, you know, I guess I'm
Like
I mean,
5 years
enough
old.
for you to probably remember or something.
I
Because like
remember
Dark
playing
Forces was
games
PC only.
yeah.
But yeah, whatever. I mean, maybe you saw it. But
I
yeah.
didn't get into PC gaming until I was about 9 or 10.
Yeah, yeah. So this.
So
some
think
of you
about like
would've seen-
99 or 2000.
Yeah, you would have seen some of the later series like Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast. I want to go back. I played Dark
Oh, yeah, I
Forces and then
played
took like a break, but I want to go back and play some of the old sequels to Dark Forces like Jedi Knight and stuff. They were a good game. I mean, I know Dark Forces was. I'm sure the others were pretty awesome too. But it's kind of weird playing that dated shit now with shitty
Yeah.
graphics, you know.
It's tough for me to look past that.
It kind of
Yeah.
it kind of throws you off now.
Yeah.
I tried to play a pretty dated game. And I was like,
Yeah, even games that like
not
I
long
know
ago,
are good,
but,
it's still like this is tough for me to like look past. Oh shit, there's smoke right there.
It's got to be some sort of like
Yeah.
I'm throwing my
it's
special
gotta
on
be
them.
some sort of like real time or classic.
All right.
It's gotta be some sort of real time or classic
I'll throw mine
Oh,
too.
for me to play.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah. I'm running this build.
Like Super Mario Brothers or something like that. The graphics are terrible, but
She's almost dead. Yeah. Yeah, kid. Yeah, Mario Kart's pretty awesome. I mean, but yeah, I know what you mean. It's weird to play it or whatever, you know.
somebody's coming.
I'll throw it.
Oh, I don't have any shield cells. So.
Me neither.
Oh, they're getting
Shit,
somebody
I
up.
wanna give you some, I don't have any. Okay.
Up here. Oh, there's somebody behind us still. She's down again.
I'm back out on the grenade. Alright, I'm with you.
Oh shit, the ring's here.
Yeah. Oh, circle. Yeah, move. Oh, shit. She's hurt bad anyway, Joe. Yeah,
Yep.
hey, execute me if you can get her. Yeah.
I'm trying to
Save
heal.
yourself, you need meds.
No!
Oh, no! No time. I mean,
But you know what?
there's
I
no
definitely
anything
need to
with
clip that. Jumping out the window and
Yeah, that was pretty tight. Hey, we had, I mean, you had more, we had very close damage there. I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat, but I'll be back in like 15
alright,
minutes.
sounds good.
You gotta
No,
work.
I'm off tomorrow. I gotta take a buddy to go buy a car. But yeah,
Okay.
that's all I gotta go.
I will probably be on tomorrow, but it'll probably be like early evening. I mean, like not as late
Okay.
as usual, like considerably early. I might go see a movie tomorrow or something, but anyway, I'm staying in the Xbox party, but leaving this so you can play or whatever. I'll be
Alright,
back.
sounds good.
All right.
Alright.
right, Bobby Boucher? Yeah. Mom
Right?
said,
Opie Boucher.
Mom said foosballs for the devil. Opie Boucher, yeah.
Yo! Nope. Not gonna happen. He's
What's
crying
he
at the
doing?
door.
Oh goodness. I heard him just like start like a
There's a pain in my ass.
big crybaby.
Oh, because Kim's point. She asked me. She squeaked the toy. Was like, "You think this will be too much?" And I'm like, "Yep." She's out there playing with chips and they're squeaking that fucking toy. Sophie's losing his shit.
Well, Opie's like, I want to play. Why can't I play? Hey, don't forget about me. Come on, you're supposed to love me too.
Yeah, but you make it so hard, Opie. It's alright. He's losing his mind. Alright, so I'm gonna switch up games for this intermission. Play something else. Because if I play by myself, I'll probably won't want to play when they get back. So I'll work on Minecraft. I'll build some Minecraft. I'll build up our ZLG land.
Alright.
While I wait.
Okay, I need to figure out where the hell.
Man, I am tearing up this little care package Kim got.
Kim bought you a care package?
Well, she got it from Walmart. This week she ordered like a bunch of stuff online. Started with food shopping online, which we've done before, but it's super convenient. So she did that, and then she wanted to buy some stuff for the dogs a couple weeks ago, and then she didn't. And then she got at her work. I might have told you about this. It was like 2 weeks ago at her work. They do a caught in the act thing. So if you're caught in the act doing something right, they give you a gift certificate or a gift card to Amazon. So she got caught in the act doing a bunch of things right over the course of like, I guess the month. I don't know. She got $150 in Amazon gift cards. So she bought the dogs a bunch of stuff, bought us some stuff, and saw some other things that she wanted. And then that kind of caused it. And then so she had stuff in her cart. And then when my power brick was shitting up, she added that to the cart and whatever. So she ordered a bunch of stuff from like Giant, Amazon, and Walmart, a bunch of stuff. And Walmart had a deal where like, stop it, Opie, cut it out. It was like $15 or $16, and you got like 50 snacks. And they were just randomly selected. But once you ordered it, and they were randomly selected, you got a list of what should be in there. Like once it was like decided. And so it's a bunch of like the little bags of chips. Like they used to be $0.25. Now they're probably like 50 or 60 cents. So it's like little bags of like Doritos, little bags of like rolled gold pretzels, little bags of cookies.
Oh, like the little ones that you get from like
yes,
trading and stuff back when you were a kid, like the little
exactly.
Okay.
So it's
the ones that have like maybe like 12 different chips in them.
Yeah, but she got like 50 of these fucking little treats for like $15. So I don't know what breaks out to be. And there's some peanuts that you can normally get. They even say on them you can buy them at like 7-Eleven or whatever. 2 for $1. So you got those. There's like some fake Slim Jims in there, cookies and whatever. So I thought it was a good. Yeah, I thought it was a good price for like what you were getting, but I didn't really think that like she should wear it because I thought like, well, you're not even deciding what you get. And now that it's here, I'm fucking tearing it up. Like, I mean pretzels, which I like pretzels, but every time we get them, like the little hard pretzels, I wind up not eating them and they go stale. but some came in a pack. I haven't had them in years.
I've gotta have pretzels in like certain quantities.
Like I'll tear up like
I can't eat too
soft
much
pretzels. I'll tear up all day, every day. Little hard pretzels.
Oh yeah.
I like them, and I get them when I like want to be healthy. But then, yeah, I wind up not eating them.
Exactly. Like they're just kind of something you get. I can't have I can't eat a lot of them. Like I could eat maybe about like 20 of them, and then I gotta go eat some other snack. That's why I like stuff like what are they called? Like party mix and stuff. You've had party mix before. I don't mind party mix if the proportion of pretzel to cheesy and Dorito and all that kind of stuff are decent, but like there's there are some companies where it's like there's a whole load more pretzels than everything else.
Yeah.
And you're like, this fuck this ratio.
Fuck your ratio, chump.
Like I don't like this ratio. Bullshit.
Yeah, this is the land Nerdy helped me build. Got all like the points like built like towers with like lights on them, so I can see like I forget what they are now. Like that one that I built, so I know that's a mine over there. I forget what those towers are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, probably other mines. Only one way to find out. Get out of here, Skelly. Opie, shut up. Yeah, sniff the outside. Yeah, look at all the outside you can just sniff. Come on now, get down, get down.
Big news! Right now, all Big Gulp drinks are 49 cents at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. A price that small is kind of a big deal, because at 7-Eleven, helping everyone save big is the biggest deal of all. So grab a Big Gulp drink for 49 cents at 7-Eleven today, only with 7 rewards. Plus tax were applicable, only at participating stores.
Fucking asshole. I hate this.
Gross.
Just after sitting in one position for a while, it starts to get uncomfortable.
You're not. I get that.
No way! No way! The game just kicked out.
Game just did what? Opie, cut it out. How'd you come there, bro? Oh yeah, taste my sword, bitch. I wish I had torches. So relaxing. Oh, I just fell and hurt myself. That's so relaxing. You and me both, brother.
My game like kicked out on me, so I don't know when the last time I saved was on this
That
map.
sucks. Well, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of fucking babies. Is that a Frankenstein? The guy with the armor, and because I fell, I don't know how the fuck to get out of here.
Oh, fuck! Really? Alright, well, I'm saving this game for another day. Then fuck that. Looking. Not too far ahead, but you're too far behind. But it's still
Very frustrating.
go all through your whole fucking.
Oh, I just dropped my sword. Crap. Oh, they're spawning here. I thought this was a spider. ducks.
Fuck, I'm kind of glad. Jeez. That's too much cigarette.
What?
I was just looking at a post. They, a cigarette company called Pall Mall makes these things called Pall Mall XLs, which are like, almost twice the size, or no, it's like, I guess, like, much bigger than a king-size cigarette or whatever, and they're discontinuing it. I think.
You're like, I need the biggest cigarette they've ever made. I need it. Without it, I have nothing. Iron. I need all the iron I can get. What? Oh, it's a little fucking kid. You're gonna kill me. Oh my god. Ah! Man. Wish I knew what I was. That's it. I'm making some real weapons. Yo, welcome back.
What
What's
up?
happening?
You in the Gizang?
No, I'm actually in Minecraft. I gotta go get my stuff. I just died, so I gotta go get my stuff and then I can jump back over.
Oh, you're not even playing Apex no more? Damn, it's been like
Yeah,
5
well, no, I
minutes.
was taking a break while nobody was on. Zero is off eating something.
You
Yeah.
said
5
break.
minutes?
Yeah, you've been gone
5
like 2
minutes.
years.
Grim, you've been gone a lot longer than 5 minutes.
Maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour, I don't know. What was it?
You've been gone for like 40
Yeah.
minutes, dude.
Been gone like 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
All I did
Yeah.
was go to the diner and eat and come back. It was like 3 minutes.
You ate at the diner?
Yes, yeah.
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 So that's like, that's at least a half hour.
Because Zero's been
Well,
gone 15 minutes.
I only ate half of it.
Yeah, but still though. Travel, order, wait.
Then I got a cheesesteak, which came out in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go watch the
Cheesesteaks.
So I gotta go try to find where the fuck I was, cause I found like a small point, so I like found golden horse armor and stuff.
Oh, these course, I started a fucking duo game, and my teammate, I guess, was pissed that I wasn't doing nothing. That was Jump Master.
So what, did he leave?
No, he just like broke off to drop solo. To land on the train, but I caught the train. Ooh. Gold
Yeah, I'm
ass.
back.
Zero's back. Alright. Yeah, I just, I switched to Minecraft while I was waiting, and, I just died to a little kid zombie, so I gotta go find my stuff.
Damn
Yeah,
child
they move so
zombies.
fast and shit. So if I can find where I died, I can get my stuff back and half of my experience points. Or else I'm back down to level 1.
Teammate, where the fuck are you, bro? Oh my god, dude. What a bitch. Getting X. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, also, I didn't know.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to lose them.
Ram told me that
home.
executing and with any shield restores it now. Yeah.
Does it really?
I didn't know that.
Are you going to join us for this
Uh,
video?
No, I'll be there in a minute. I gotta
Executing
find
shield, what?
where I died. Get my experience points back. Yeah, with any shield, if you execute them, you get full shield back. So white, blue, purple, or gold.
I did not know that. We were in a game earlier, and I noticed somebody executed both of us when they killed us. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh. Well, I mean, execute both of us is redundant. Because
Yeah.
shit, killed them, but...
Oh yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Well, I mean, I died first. Maybe you heard them, and then.
That's possible.
I mean, it's a good way. It's a
Possible.
good way to flex.
Possible.
though.
Yeah. Well,
Where
go
the hell is
upstairs and
Bangalore?
put my
There.
nuts on your drum set.
Basically. Oh man, now I found like an explored cave, which is definitely not where I died. I died somewhere that was like darkened and shit.
Yeah, so what is that bug where it makes Legend's eyes bulge out, like, in the game? You see
Oh,
pictures of
I've
that? Like,
seen that.
Lifeline? With her, like, yeah, I've seen screenshots. People screenshot the game, or, like, they're playing and, like, Lifeline's eyes will be all bulged out. or-
Nah, I'm gonna do.
First I saw Lifeline, like, a few times. And then, oh, the train stopped underneath. Shit. I'm still
Oh,
going
damn.
straight down for it, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna hit these bins while we're waiting for the train to come out.
Dude's landed with us.
And then I-
Dude's landed with us.
One
guy.
guy here. Alright. You get that vest? Yeah, there we go.
He moved off.
What the fuck happened to the train? What? It was. It went.
It was
in
the
this
other
tunnel.
side.
Oh, it might have made this right here. Yeah, that's. I'm hearing footsteps.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Oh, but yeah. But then I saw the eyes bulging out with Bangalore, and it was like, what happens when you're popping that smoke? You know.
Makes sense.
Which way you want to go?
I was just gonna follow the way the train went.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I saw these bins. I'm coming back to where you are. Better vest. Yeah, there's nothing around here. I still just have a wingman. Want to go this way?
All right. Yeah, I think
Going
quicker to
Yeah,
get to
no,
ship to
no.
loot.
Oh, and there's a zip line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's somebody at the end of that zip line. Let's go.
All right.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, let's go make his life miserable. He's this way.
Okay, I can't find the shit. I'll be in there next game. I cannot find this shit.
Alright.
No idea where I died.
Yeah, I think he just gave up. So he's like, oh, this dude's cannon and shit. I'm just gonna let him kill me. Oh yeah, I could definitely use that for this 9-9.
Hey, what are you playing with?
There's somebody in this building.
Oh, here's somebody.
Playing with his own toys.
That's a first.
I think he's still upstairs.
Ah, my fucking toe, dog.
Alright, I'm gonna go get that light mag. If you wanna give me 2 seconds before you engage, I'll definitely be better with it. More than 4 shots. Because I missed probably 75%.
Yeah, I just ripped the toenail off. Or part of the toenail up, not off.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
I forgot you had double.
Yeah, man.
up
I'm
here
living
somewhere.
the dream.
Oh, he just threw a grenade from the top level? Or, upstairs. Shit. He's dropping down the shaft. Oh, there's 2 of them.
Next, Joe's just gonna come tell us and he'll be like, yeah, so yeah, I broke my spine in 6 places. I'm in the wheelchair for the next 6 months. No big deal.
I almost didn't want to tell the people at work about it. I was limping with my right foot instead of limping on my left. And the guy's like, yeah, what happened to your foot? Your foot hurting again? I thought it was doing fine. I'm like, yeah, no, that foot's doing fine. He's like, what's going on? What happened? What'd you do to yourself over the weekend? I'm like, I almost don't even want to tell you, Kenan. Then I went in.
Wait, so what happened over the weekend?
That's when yeah.
The toe thing.
Yeah,
Well, it wasn't over the weekend, but he was off Monday and Tuesday, so.
I feel like they think you're purposely like
injuring
mangling your feet. First I stepped on a razor blade. Now my toenail just got stuck in the floor and ripped off.
Yeah, man. I know, that's why I didn't want to tell him, but it's like, what are the odds? Like, but he asked, so I'm like, yeah. I don't even want to tell you about it, but
He's gonna come in next week and be like, yeah, I rolled my ankle.
I actually rolled my ankle at work.
Yeah.
I was doing a carry out for a customer, and like it was me and some other dude waiting on the car to pull up. And when it did pull up, I stepped off the curb, but like my heel and part of like where my arch is caught the curb, so I rolled off it, and I was I'm top heavy, so immediately like I'm off balance and I'm like flailing my arms trying to not fall, and then like I like hit the bumper of their car, and like all that does is just like spin me around, so I like land on my butt. And like at first it hurt because like I slipped off the curb and I actually like landed on my ankle on the parking lot.
Yeah, that's a considerable.
So I grabbed my ankle like it hurt, and then she's like, "Oh, are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, are you okay?" And like dude I was with me was like, "Yo, you okay? You all right?" And I'm thinking like either I have to ham this up and act injured, so it's not as embarrassing, or I need to just stand up now and be okay. So I decided I just let go of my ankle, stood up, and like, yeah, no, I'm fine, I'm good.
I have like 0% health left. Oh my god.
Oh shit, I'm dead too. Fuck.
So what'd you do?
Yeah, I just stood up and I was like, yeah, no, I'm fine, and then I just walked
when
it off.
you get healed, there's a guy maybe running towards you.
Meanwhile, you're running towards me? Sore from rolling.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
It was sore that day.
Close. He's close. Oh, yeah, he's close to the center thing. Yeah.
Not your lucky day, bro.
That may be 2 different guys. I don't know.
Okay, that can't be her real name.
I heard him over here somewhere.
Yeah.
That's where he is. Bitch! You like that finish? You like that finish? That gangster ass finish?
That was sweet. You ought to clip that shit.
Where's your box at?
Right. That was funny as hell.
Phoenix kid up first.
What's her name, Zed? Felicia Fancy Bottom?
Finny Galley.
Finny Galley.
Oh, is that a character
Oh, hold on.
in Star? In the
I want to
Star
main
Wars
this.
game?
I just need some
No,
light bullets.
no, it's a girl on Facebook.
Oh shit. There's a full body shield blue in there.
I'm sorry, Zed. It's a girl in what?
Facebook.
Oh, okay. In a galley.
Girl commented on my friend's
Finestra
friend
Finnegan.
status, and her name is
Finnegan.
Finnegan.
That's a weird name.
Yeah, so that can't be her real name. That's weird.
There's a
Finnegan.
hemlock there. Oh, here. Just
Oh,
grab
dude.
this
And
blue
she's
vest here
white
off the
as they
rip.
come.
Yeah, what are you pulling up?
Dude, I'm not to be one of those dudes that's like always trying to tell a story when you're telling a story.
You sure are.
I mean, the same kind of story. No, I know somebody way worse than that. But like, fucking. But I saw this woman at Home Depot, and her name was Gidget Duplantis. I was like, what the
I think you
fuck?
told me about that lady.
That's
Gidget
your box right
Duplantis. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, Pete, what are you pulling up? What are you eating?
Oh, you didn't grab that blue body shield. There's one right in the thing. Right
Sounds
where you
I
left.
was-
like a made up name to me.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, it was on her name tag anyway. It may have been made up. I've heard Duplantis before, and I've heard Gidget before, but the combination is
Out of this world.
pretty fucked. Yeah,
We got the,
Gidget's the
the
name of
blue
some old
hat.
ass TV show character.
There's the R301. There's some light shit in here if you need it.
Hell yeah. I actually have a 301.
Ready to murder?
No, that's not a toy.
Alright, so this doesn't need it yet.
Oh shit, we forgot to pick up Joe.
Yeah, pick me up, man.
The fuck?
I looked, he's still playing the game, so I just figured
Oh, okay.
he's too cool to play with us. and
Yeah,
he
no,
sounds
I
very
said
bad.
I'll be in the next game. So when you guys are done, I'll be in the next game.
Ah, did you? My bad. I thought you were still,
Yes.
it was important to
No,
find
dude,
where he died.
No, I've been in your lobbies since then. So
Oh, he must have just missed us. Oh, well, you know what?
Oh, yeah, that thing.
That's why.
Where
But
it
we
like
would have
slots
seen you
out
in there, though.
yeah, it shouldn't have let you
Yeah, I don't
play
know.
the duos. Because if that's what happened the other night, like it wouldn't let us start the game because duos was selecting those three of us.
Wait, so did you watch us ready
No.
up and start a game?
No, you
Or
were already
you
in the match when I got him.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I can't find this stuff, so I'm gonna
select.
join you on your next game. And both
Oh,
you guys are like,
shit.
okay.
Somebody's zipping somewhere.
And then I left and I saved the game and I came over here and I did all this stuff. You guys were like harassing me to
Nice,
play
that sounds
earlier,
like
now you're like not
fire.
letting me play.
Yeah.
You changed our mind, Joe. You changed our mind.
Alright, I'm going back to Minecraft then. Fuck this shit.
I could use
At
a
least the
light.
zombies and spiders in Minecraft really tell me how they feel.
I heard somebody zipping, so there might be people up here. I
They-
don't see them. This
They
bin
don't
wasn't
pretend to
open.
be my friend and then...
Oh, I saw somebody in that building.
One of the funniest nicknames I ever saw, or last names I ever
Oh,
saw.
my game glitched out. It won't let
in
me
my
hold
life
X to
was-
swap for a Phoenix kit.
There was a girl in my
Something wrong with
there was a girl in my
Alright, so where they at?
grade.
They're in this building, Zero?
That building.
Oh, up there.
When I was in my sophomore year, I went to a different high school because I went to different high schools for my freshman and my sophomore year. It was just my junior and my senior year that I was in the same high school. But there was a high school, one of the high schools I was in.
I'm
there was a
climb up
girl.
this
There was a girl
secret
named
way.
Monica
I did it
Monica
the first try.
Mississippi?
Mississippi. Like think
Yeah.
of,
Are you making shit up?
Like she's
no,
pissing the
I'm
Mississippi.
not. I swear to God.
That's crazy,
Instead of
dude.
Mississippi,
I'm gonna do a
it's
secret climb again.
Mississippi. And
That's insane.
Alright,
yeah.
secret climbed up again.
And her first name was Monica. So yeah, Monica Mississippi, and
Alright,
people
I'm gonna
just
do one more secret
people
climb.
used to call her Monica Pissy, but yeah.
That wasn't me.
Wait,
that
we don't have
wasn't
a smoke bitch. Yeah,
You better get one.
they're definitely up top.
You better get yourself a smoke bitch.
Alright. Oh, I did a secret climb. They don't know I'm up here.
me. Alright, I'm coming by the rope.
Oh, I fell down a little bit.
Oh, I'm falling down so I won't die.
Yeah, if you can like zip to it, or yeah, I'm healing up.
I'm stealth mode. Master Chameleon.
Oh, we just got scanned. Where are they? Oh, down below?
Broke one of their shields, I think. Yeah. Oh no. Oh. One of them's hiding right here.
Oh,
They're
where are
charging.
they? Oh, I didn't go all the way
In the
down.
shaft.
Shit.
In the shaft.
Oh, I had a Phoenix kit this whole time?
Oh, damn, kid.
I thought I landed on the bottom floor.
Damn, ma'am. You need to get your floors together.
Oh no! What the fuck? That was
wasn't me.
awesome.
I don't know
They
who they're
zipped
fighting,
away.
but I got you.
Yeah.
Shit.
That's sucky.
Sucky long. Well, yeah, I mean, to be part of Zero Logic, you gotta have a hard dick.
Oh, only one. Oh shit, the wall's moving in. I gotta roll. Son of a bitch. I don't have any shield cells left either.
Oh, there's a. Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, you got it. You do got to roll.
No. Shit, I gotta go through here, right? I'm probably gonna burn.
Yeah, that's probably the best way.
Shit. Motherfucker.
I think you're closest that way. Yeah, Joe, we were talking earlier. I think you noticed this too. Like we were in a storm and it was fast as hell, and then other storms are just like normal speed.
Yeah.
And you notice like, I wonder if it's like just
No,
random
I
or
actually,
or if
what
it's
I
certain
think it
storms or
is,
certain
I
storms.
thought about this earlier when me and Ram were playing. A storm started, I'm like, oh yeah, we gotta go, because they buffed the storm or something, it moves so fast. And then it didn't move fast, and we didn't have very far to go. I think it's how far you have to go. So like, because it doesn't, the circles don't go in the center of the map. So like, say the next circle's like the bottom left of the map.
Oh, so all
So it
parts of
moves in equally,
hit
right?
the
So if
center.
you're on the right side of it, it moves faster than like if you're on the left side of it, because it doesn't have as far to travel on the left.
Yeah, I bet you're right. I didn't even think about that shit. I'm gonna, if I don't get revived, well, okay, good deal, you won't revive me. Our game's almost over, by the way, Joe. We're down
Okay.
to 6-1.
Opie, get out of here,
Yeah,
Opie.
because we were running from the storm and I was
Oh,
broken
yeah.
and I activated special. It makes you run.
Oh, yeah, I hear people.
I'm hearing footsteps. Makes you run 1.5
Right.
times as fast.
And you couldn't get away from it.
And I still couldn't. I was still
Yeah.
escaping.
Yeah, I've had that issue.
So there's. You see where they are? They're back over there.
Oh, they're just
Yeah.
shooting me. One
Oh,
is
they're up top.
One is outside here. Shit.
Damn, oh, there's 2 squads. There's one up top and one down here.
You crawl to safety?
Kind of. That was somebody up top there.
Oh, he got me, Paul. Good try. Get the trio up in this bitch.
The tripod.
Tripod action. Who's the dick?
I am, obviously. Bangalore's got the biggest dick in the game. Obviously. You hear the way she talks like... Clips is what pussies use. Stuff like that. Opie, come on. You're like wrapping your nose up in the cord. Just like lay down or something. No, you can't climb on my lap. No. Stop. Come on, you can't climb on. Come on.
Yeah, when I had that sick ass game show, it was with Birdman. I wasn't even using his stuff a lot. Like when I activated a special, like I was like, I used to use only one guy. But most of the shit was just running around. Out, you know, I mean, it was crazy. There was like multiple squads, and there was like in that yellow sulfur looking shit. I don't even know where it is on the map. Oh, damn, where is that stuff? Oh, like down there. You're like down there, like running, bobbing, and weaving around that stuff. Like, and then moved over the buildings. We were just dropping squad after squad after squad.
Oh, is that where it was? Yeah, dude, it was crazy. That was in the war zone.
Yeah, we're both using flatline.
Yeah, dude, the flatline is, I don't know, it's badass. I was trying to make a rhyme, it didn't work.
We made everybody's heart stop.
That's right, that's right.
There's somebody back there, up, they're running up this step. I'm going after him.
Okay, you coming? She ran right here. Fuck!
Oh, I'm like running in your back so I can't see anything.
Yeah, she ran right there, Griff. Oh, there's another one up top. Got him once.
Damn, I only have 4 bullets left.
There's one in this
one gun.
Yeah, there's another person in there.
It's a 72 to this caustic. I only have 4 bullets left. I'm down. I'm probably gonna get shot.
Oh, there's 3. Fuck. Shit, I was trying to fall outside. Oh, we did what we could. I thought we were chasing just one, but it was a squad.
That's probably why they ran over there to get the squad.
Yeah.
Opie, you need to lay the fuck down. Get out from under the desk, come on. Go, lay down. Get up here and lay down. Get up here and lay down. Come on. No, don't crawl on me. Lay the fuck down. You were fine. So like 2 fucking minutes ago. No. No, no. God damn it, no. No, you're about to go in the fucking room. Stop. You can't crawl on me. Just relax. Does somebody need to be locked away in the room? Does somebody need to be locked away in the room by themselves forever? You want to go to solitary confinement?
What? Big Daddy 32.
Where you want to go?
Dude, look at this video on fucking Facebook, dude. Yeah, wherever you want.
We're
Wherever
probably
you feel.
laying in here somewhere.
This guy's got like a
Stop, it's
fade
not a
haircut,
fucking
but in the
toy.
back he's got like a big dreadlock kind of ponytail type shit, and in the middle of the dreadlocks, they've got fucking Bob Marley cut into his fade, and a hand coming up like it's smoking a joint, and it looks just like fucking Bob Marley. And they somehow got a little, like a short blunt stuck to his head. It's funny as fuck.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
Who
you'd
knew
have to
that-
see it, but it's an extremely good cut. I mean, it looks like a tattoo or something of Bob Marley.
Who knew that a haircut could be artwork?
Two regular
Yeah.
bags here.
There's a blue shield and a white shield where I pinged. Still no gun.
Yeah, I just got a 45.
I dropped the hemlock. Oh,
Yeah.
right around here.
Yeah, here's somebody, guys. Me and close to me and Joe.
How are there
Drop
no
down below.
fucking guns in this whole building?
I don't know where that kid went. Yeah, I'm moving on. You want to move to whatever, this one or somewhere.
You still hear him?
No, I
He
moved
didn't
away.
zip. He's right here.
I don't have any bullets.
Oh, okay. I'm coming back. I'm coming.
I have this.
I'm getting executed. Motherfucker. Nice.
Hell yeah, good job.
Yeah,
Are you chasing him, John?
I'm being shot from across the way too. That guy's down.
Shit. Okay.
I don't have any more bullets. I have a little bit left in my heavy gun, nothing in my light.
You need heavy? I got
Yeah.
40 heavy on you.
Oh fuck. This one's hurt
Okay.
bad. She's gonna. Oh, she's building her shields up. She's taking a shield battery, so she'll be full.
Alright. I just want to pop a little bit of health.
Yeah.
Oh, they're getting somebody up.
Shit. She's crouching beside that window you shot at her at. Yeah.
Nice.
Bamboozle. Yeah. That's teamwork makes the dream work.
I hear somebody zipping.
Hell yeah.
I just got pulsed. They're behind me.
Alright, let me get the heels. Oh, shit.
Just
top
jumped over
floor.
there. They're on the train tracks now. Fuck.
Good try. Damn. Yeah, you guys are both
Grumpy
doing good.
ass monkeys, man. Would not let me alone. I'm gonna go pour some more iced tea. I think I hear Kim cursing out there. I'm gonna go see what's going on.
Okay.
My dog's actually freaking sleeping for once. Oh. She's been an utter nightmare all today. She's destroyed so much stuff.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's annoying.
She ripped up a part of the carpet. She destroyed 3 loofahs. She's figured her way to hop up on the chair and then hop up on the dining room table. So she ate a whole fucking loaf of bread and a quarter stick of butter.
Of dynamite.
It's the best.
Yeah, one of the dogs in my house chewed up like fucking. Remember, I bought an Xbox 360 last year and like a few games because some of them you can't play on the new Xbox.
Yeah.
Well, they chewed up games. There's something wrong with the power brick. When I plug it in, the light is white and it doesn't fucking work. Let's see up here. There's AMD on my breath.
that'll work.
I'm
coming.
over here. Yeah, over here.
They're inside the thing? Or what?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He's Gibraltar, but he's really hurt.
Behind
Alright, Gibraltar's down.
Yeah. That's probably the last guy that he's fighting, Joe. Good job. Good job. Oh, fuck. I had no.
Oh my god.
Oh, charge rifle. Damn. But you killed the other guy with it, didn't you? That damn charge rifle, man. Pisses me off
Yeah,
when I
it would
have
have
it.
been fine if we weren't stuck indoors.
Yeah. We got 2 of them.
Yeah, that indoor shit is for the birds. You alright, Zeb? No? Yes?
You guys said?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Are
talking
you
to
okay?
me. I'm fine, yeah.
No, we were talking to the other day, not you.
I didn't even hear you say that.
Yeah, are you okay? You sound like
Yeah,
you're
I'm fine.
I'm like holding back throw up or something. I don't know. I just hear like a. Am I?
No,
I don't know if you have the
no,
hiccups or something. Or...
I was like, I don't know what that was. It was just a really heavy swallow, I guess.
That's what she said.
Cause I come in bricks.
I'm really. I think I'm like past being tired. I think I'm in a state that I just don't know how
Delirium.
to. Yeah, it's just a state of delirium. Because I was tired hours ago, and now I'm.
Yeah, I do that. I just like get super tired and then fall asleep while I'm driving. Like the cool kids.
Or like the good old days. The good old days when you'd fall asleep while playing.
Yeah.
You remember those times?
Fall
Grim?
asleep while I'm playing some video games.
We'd just be playing a game and all of a sudden Joe's asleep.
Yeah.
I remember back like a while back ago, me, Joe, and Grim were
the
playing
train's here
the
and
first
muted.
division.
But the bins are-
Yeah, I was notorious for falling asleep during the division.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright, I'm gonna
me,
open some
Joe-
of these train ass bins.
Okay.
Yeah, me, Joe, and Grim were
Let me
playing
know if
the
there's another
division,
body shield.
and
We got a
me,
light one.
me and Grim are like running through the mission, like whatever, running through this mission in division. We're kicking ass or whatever, and we have no idea where Joe is. He's like way behind, and we're like, Joe, where are you? Joe, are you with us? And then it's like all of a sudden all we hear.
I'm like sleeping in a corner.
Joe's like passed right out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, when I'm tired, like, it's almost nothing can keep me awake. It's actually why I crashed so many cars. Man, because being tired, like, I have no control over.
I thought you just enjoyed.
I mean, well, there
crashing
is that aspect.
School zone, so
I had a crossing guard yell at me today, so I was going too fast in school zone. Was like, slow down, this is a school zone. And I'm like, I didn't say this to him because I was going too fast, but I said it to, no, I was shooting at the cargo, yeah.
Oh, that was
I said it to our friend, Greavy. I was like,
so funny. I didn't say that to him.
yeah. Well, yeah, I turned to our buddy Greavy and I was like, man, he needs to relax. I'm only doing 30.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I got one.
Yeah, because I took our buddy up to look at a car today. I gotta take him back
Somebody's got
tomorrow
brought back.
too.
Let's get him. Let's get him.
okay.
Yeah.
You coming?
Go
yeah,
get it?
Gotta take him back tomorrow to go get it. 03 Nissan Sentra. It's got like 120 miles, 120,000 miles on it or something. Yeah, it's under $2 grand. So seems pretty decent. Seems clean.
That's solid. Under $2 for.
Broke another shield.
I always say like, if you get something under $2 that has under
getting executed.
200,000 on it, you're good.
Yeah, they're executing. They're executing.
Alright.
Oh, there's two left. Fuck.
Damn, this squad's been hot. Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess so, because I got one down, and then the
Yeah, they're fighting right now. So yeah, it was 2 squads. Yeah, I was way back when that fight started.
I was all the way past them. I didn't even know that they were all the way back there. Where you guys were. I went underneath.
Yeah, I
the
guess. I thought it was just the one squad. I don't know what the fuck happened. Yeah, dude, I'm joking with Joe, but damn, I've almost fallen asleep a lot of times driving the car. And like, sometimes you're on a road where you can't pull over even. Like, you know, there's just nowhere to pull over.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, in those situations, you just gotta go as fast as you can. You know what I mean? So there's less time on the road.
So
Right,
the less
right.
time you spend on the road, the safer it would be. You don't want to spend a long time driving and falling asleep. So you just drive faster, so it's less on the road.
And then when you do fall asleep at like 90,
I don't
you're
care
dead and you
how-
don't have to deal with the consequences.
There was one time where I was going to the cottage, driving back to the cottage at like 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, and I was exhausted. I had just worked all day and I'd been up and did a bunch of stuff trying to get ready to go up to the cottage. I left, whatever, it's like 1:30 in the morning, and I'm driving and I'm having trouble staying awake. It was so rough, but I had to get there, so I was like, crap, try to pull out all the stops to make sure I can keep myself awake. Like, it's friggin' cold.
Window
as hell.
down.
It's cold as hell. Out, yeah, window down, music blasting. That's pretty much is like the best thing I could do.
pounding back some energy drinks and
Yeah.
shit, and just trying to stay awake.
I'm in the
I
first
would be
hanging
near a
cart
store
on the right side.
Get energy drinks.
Drinking your own urine hot and fast, trying to stay awake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Piss in my face.
That's one way to
that's
stay
my own
awake.
face. That's how you really get
I mean, just pee while you
Oh,
pee
exactly.
towards the window while you're
shit.
driving, let it blow back in your mouth.
Or just like straight up jerk off, but like the thing is like it's a race against the clock.
Yeah.
And once you're done, because once you're
down
done,
'em?
you're extra tired.
Yeah,
No, I didn't
yeah.
fight anybody.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got my dude.
Oh, I got 2 people on me.
Can't help
One
out.
down. I got another one over here with me.
Ooh, I got I don't see
They're running.
Oh, somebody, another people over here.
Yeah, they're gonna put me down, I think.
I'm coming, Joe. I'm
Is somebody right down there? Oh, I see them down the
Yeah, there's a
outside.
lifeline running around here. Oh, I just got
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Got it.
Somebody's laser rifling. Oh, that's great. Okay, cool.
Somebody's shooting a charge rifle from up top. Kill him.
Oh, nice.
Does anybody got a shield cell I can borrow?
I got 2. I'm
looking,
looking at
I'm
my
looking.
shields here.
I got
Oh,
a battery.
shit.
Here.
Shit.
You. This,
Wow.
this is Hector.
I'll see where they went.
So, a group of concerned parents have been petitioning Marvel to make Hulk wear a shirt because his massive pecs are his massive.
I'm hearing them around here.
Are arousing their teenage daughters.
That's funny.
And then, yeah, the first comment here, I just want to know who out here is actually getting turned on by fucking Hulk's titties. Like,
Why you pick up the shield, Grim? The body shield? I pinged and you said you needed? Oh, now you got a purple one.
Oh. Yeah, I found one in my pocket. Here's a. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Oh, I can't put it on the charge rifle.
Oh, you want a charge
Somebody
rifle? I
was
just
over
picked up.
here.
You left the energy ammo in his bed.
No, I got one that I really don't want.
Doesn't say you left.
Let's go to the vault and claim our
Oh, you
glory.
got a vault key?
Yeah.
There we go. I found a Hemlock. But I already have it again. Oh, here we go. A Refo 5. There's a Hemlock and a blue hat. Something like that.
There's a purple box. Oh, that's probably what you were.
So I was seeing somebody over here. Before you guys came over.
Scout
I
up
don't
here.
know.
Oh yeah, that's a closer one.
I'll meet you at the vault. Who's got the key?
45s everywhere. There's
I
mad
do,
light
I
ammo
do.
Here. Oh, you got a key?
What? I thought I picked that up.
that's really cool. So this Star Wars is actually created by the same studio that made Apex.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
From Respawn Entertainment. Okay, I guess I'll pick that up then.
Yeah, go for that shield.
You don't even have a knockdown shield, though. Oh, I already have a purple one. Go get that.
Yeah, I just want us to all get something out of the vault room.
Yeah, I already have triple knockdown.
Yes.
Thanks for
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, yeah. I pinged
was in
I
there.
pinged the gold and nobody picked it up. So then I picked the gold up and dropped the purple, and pinged the purple.
Oh shit! Well, I would have got it. I don't want to. I don't know if I
I
should go
was
back.
trying to pick up those syringes I was dropping stuff on. I don't have any. Here's 8 light rounds. Somebody wants.
I don't have any syringes either.
There's some shoddy.
No, I was talking about the ones in the bin. I don't know who grabbed them, but I was dropping something for them. Alright.
I could use some heavy if you was seeing them.
Yeah, I don't have much of that. I'm dropping my that stuffos.
There's people up there.
Right behind you.
Yeah, you just like off of that balcony.
Okay.
Oh,
Care
going
package.
for that care package.
Okay, you want stealth
Fuck them up.
Yep.
You got arc stars?
Stealth mode.
Fuck them up with arc stars.
Okay.
I didn't do any damage with my arc stars or grenades.
I saw
Yeah, me
somebody
neither.
up on the top floor of that building. There's a wraith hole here. I'm going in it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, somebody wraith by the wraith hole out here. Oh, and somebody up on the roof. Fuck.
Shit.
Heading by my box.
Yep. Below me. Below me. Fuck. I hit him for about 80 or 90. About 80. Oh goddamn! He's down the roof. Good shot. Good shit. You got 2 more, Grim. Oh, there. Yep.
Nice shooting.
I hit him for 1 burst. Fuck.
She's almost dead. She's almost dead. She's right here.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought that was 3. What the
She
fuck?
did. Fuck.
She has a gold
She
shield.
got a gold
Somebody
shield.
else is coming.
I'm hearing another footsteps. Shit. I'm gonna ghost. And
I'm about timed out.
All right. Yeah.
I have 13 seconds. 12.
Oh.
9.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I got a Phoenix kit. All right.
7. I'm timed out.
Oh, for your banner? Shit.
Oh, nice.
got it,
Good
I got
shit.
it, I got it.
I thought for sure I was getting timed out.
Yeah, that was close.
And there's a respawn right next to you guys.
Okay, okay. They were fighting real close by. I'm almost out of ammo.
Oh shit, I'm hearing somebody.
Oh shit. Okay, okay. I'm coming to you. I'm coming.
They're towards the respawn.
Yeah, coming upstairs. Coming upstairs, Grim. Got him. Shit. Another one. Oh, that. Just, hey, he's getting his buddy up. He's getting his
Yeah,
buddy
he's
up right
down.
here.
Nah.
Yeah, kill him, B. Kill him. Oh.
Yeah, Grim was the one getting killed.
That was close.
Yes.
He almost had him though. Shit. Good game. Good game.
And I got a gold backpack out of that one dude's box I was getting ammo from.
Oh
so
yeah.
if I did get myself up, I would have had some
Oh,
shield.
I thought you did get up and ran like, I mean, like, you know, the kid or
No.
whatever.
I almost got up. He ran away and then came back for some reason.
Damn. But
Yeah, there's two of them on the steps there.
yeah.
That sucked.
Yeah, we didn't do bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fun battles, though. I mean, we were doing good.
Yeah, I enjoyed the battling. Oh, Joe, are we doing a
I have
Friendsgiving
no
this
idea.
year? No.
No idea.
You're late. I'm sure there probably would have been plans
I
by
don't
now.
know. I think Tara mentioned it.
When's Thanksgiving? Next Thursday? Or the one after?
Tara
Wait,
mentioned
what's
something
that?
about it, but I don't know.
Oh, Tara's the one that
I
brought
think
up
it
that
was, yeah.
combo or whatever?
But then it never went past. Like there was like 4 or 5 things said in like that one, whatever, couple hours when people mentioned it, and then that was it. And then Tara said it'll probably be at my house or Joe's house, I would think. And
then both of you and Tara just like, I'll never
no,
talk
Tara.
about
Tara's the one that said that. Tara was like, it'll probably be at Joe's house or my house, and then I guess she was volunteering her house. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, or yours.
Yeah, no, I don't want to deal with cooking a fucking turkey and then clean up and shit.
I'm gonna remember that shit.
So she wants to have it at her house.
You
Like,
what?
Somebody talk about hosting a party, I'll be like, you know, we probably had it at my house or
Yeah.
Joe's.
So you're saying you
Probably
don't
No,
want to
not really. I don't want to deal with cooking a turkey and then deal with all the cleanup and shit. I'd rather Tara have it, and then I'll just bring like a gross ass potato salad or something. So, or bring like a canned cranberry sauce.
Thing of cranberry. That's the form of the cranberry can. Of the can is the form of it. It's all one big PG.
Yeah, man. Best way to do it.
Shit's delicious.
And then you just slice it like bread.
That whole fucking can.
Oh, there's
I
the
see it,
can.
and it's got a vault key. It's blue. Wait for it to go
Yeah.
gold.
Good job.
Yeah, I was trying to think that.
Who has a bigger bag? You know, this,
I don't have any
bag is
bag.
bulky.
Oh, I just got a level 1 bag.
Here's the purple bag.
I don't care about key. Yeah.
Where'd that fall?
Closest vault is train yard. Wait, no, we're up here. Closest vault is geyser,
Really? That's far as shit.
but train yard's the only one in the circle, so we should move now.
Damn, they're
I
both
still don't
far
even
as
have
fuck.
fucking.
We should move
jacket,
now.
man. Fuck.
Yeah, let's maybe find something on the way to the Vizal.
Yeah, because this won't be in the ring for long, or won't be safe for long.
I should have been fucking robot. And go to that balloon.
Yeah, that'll work.
Move, you greasy
Yo,
Samoan.
why is it
fuck.
gotta be like that though?
Oh, he's not greasy because he's Samoan. He's just greasy and a Samoan.
He's not a pedophile because he has a mustache. He has a mustache because he's a pedophile.
Do we go
I
in
think
that
so.
tunnel there? Yeah, okay. Prowler.
I could use the ammo for it.
Ping that prowler so I can visit it. That sucks.
Oh shit, I thought you were with us.
No, I was, but I figured I'd just loot on the way.
Are
So
you in a
far
pod?
back, I wouldn't get anything out of there anyway. I'm just knocking down a thing out of the sky.
You ain't got room for that sniper stock, do you, Grim? It ain't necessary.
I can drop something for it.
Don't. If it's something you want, don't worry about it.
No, just shit. Where?
Here,
Did
you
you
take
ping
that
it? I
level
don't
4
remember where I
helmet.
shot it down. Fuck. You didn't dibs that sniper stock?
I don't know. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't get your love in the vault.
I know I jumped off of some place.
I don't even need it. It's no big deal. I mean, I got a sour, but it's not a big deal.
I'm already pouring out.
Yeah, this won't be in the safe zone for long. Ring's already moving in.
Yeah, hurt.
I'm coming. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Sorry, man.
Here.
I was looking for it.
Yeah, actually, we gotta move.
Oh no, don't worry about the sniper stock. Yeah, I was just trying to say get to the vault and get your. There's like a gold helmet in
Yeah,
here.
Ring's here. We gotta go.
All right. I'm gonna just pick up the gold helmet because.
Yeah, I'll just head in.
Shit, I didn't notice the ring was in that orientation. Oh, I got the fast ass circle. It's gaining on
Yeah, I
you, Joe.
see that. Somebody shoot at me so I can run faster.
Oh, in this case, the circle is almost perfectly centered, but the whole fucking thing's moving fast as hell. But I think you're right, though. I think the longer side moves faster. Damn.
I have 1 med kit and 2 syringes.
I got a couple of syringes. Well, I'm gonna need some. I'll probably have 1 spare.
I got some
Okay,
syringes.
here, so I can probably heal from, almost heal from syringes.
It's tough picking out a new pair
You
of
need
I'm gonna use a
syringes?
med kit. Oh, yeah, no, I'll use syringes.
Okay.
Ooh, this
Yeah, I
pair.
was gonna say, if you got a med kit.
VisionWorks this November, we're giving you both. 2 pairs of single vision glasses for $49.
Well,
or
Grim's
2
got a
pairs
couple of
for
spare
$59.
syringes, and I might have.
That includes
Well,
frames and
Yeah, I
frames.
dropped them
just-
back
It's
there.
put on over 500 great frames, so you will have to narrow it down. It's only for
That was a
limited
3X
time.
size.
VisionWorks.com to find a
okay.
location near you. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Oh, somebody's being brought back right here.
Galaxy Store for details.
Somebody getting brought back over in the city? Oh, they're getting brought
Yeah.
back in the storm.
49 cents at 7-Eleven with
Yeah.
7 rewards.
No, no.
I'm gonna see if
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
can
grab
stop
this
that.
3X and
Because at
make them
7-Eleven,
cry.
helping everyone save big is the biggest deal of all. So grab a big
Okay, kid is zipping over here, guys.
Okay.
7-Eleven today, only with 7 rewards. Plus
Right down
tax wrap.
here.
Only at participating stores.
This is not the weak kid. This is the kid that brought him back.
Oh, you guys didn't come this way.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Let's go.
I'm zipping up. I'm zipping up. I can just
Okay.
hit the zip line.
I don't know where he went, Joe. He zipped to here, but I don't know where he went.
Okay.
I've lost.
They're
him,
probably
man.
running around the outside
Yeah, let's
of
just-
that shit.
Let's
Well,
just
we
get
can
back.
just go through the tunnel here.
Okay. Oh, I might hear somebody. That might
Oh,
be
right there.
Joe.
I think I just saw. I thought I
Brett.
saw him over there. It could have just been the snow on the rock.
Probably so.
Could have looked like movement.
Okay.
I'll take a quick look.
Yeah, it was probably just snow.
That's getting better. 20 seconds. You should hurry up.
Si, senor.
It's unlooted in here.
I got
Oh, here's the syringe.
My train's
another
coming.
I
syringe.
dropped heavy bullets. What do you?
There you go. You can have those too if you
4
want them.
syringes in here.
I've got longbow, so I don't really need
Okay.
I got plenty. Alright. Oh shit,
People are up
shooting
in
over
that
at the
car.
red spot.
I'm gonna grab these syringes and I'm coming.
Okay. Yeah, on the roof of that car. On the roof of that car.
I have a I don't know if anybody needs it. I have a white standard stock that I picked up sometime. I don't know.
I don't need it. Thank you. Oh, train boxes popping up. Nothing much in them. Or in that one.
Well, actually, I'm gonna switch to the Spitfire. I need LMG kills. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep the Peacekeeper because I got a choke on it, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, circles coming in. Just be wary.
Be very ready.
Those kids that were battling have to be somewhere close by.
Oh, right there.
Man, I
That's
don't know
a
if I ever
Lifeline
jumped out or
care
not.
package. Came in right there. And that's close.
Okay. Oh shit, I'm stuck in the window.
I hear them. They're right here. Top of the hill.
Yep.
Oh shit, all of them just pushed me.
Shit.
Fuck, man.
Oh shit. Oh, fuck, we got murked.
I don't know if they focused all of
We
us,
had the high ground,
but
we
like
got
they
fucked
definitely,
up.
they all, instead of like shooting at all of us, they just all were running at me, shooting at me. And I was like, oh no. And then once I went down, they just like
Oh,
I can't
came
believe they
around the
ran.
gas cloud.
Well, you were fighting. Yeah, like when you were fighting them, I was throwing fire at them, and then I shot their gas traps because you know it staggers them too. But they're like, "Fuck that!" They doing shit, pussy. Shut your mouth, SA.
Damn, why is the guy getting all violent with you? Bop, 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 bop.
Brawlter can kiss my ass. He's not. Oh, I haven't used his ultimate. I should. Damn, I can't remember to use his ultimate because I never played.
Yeah,
with
his
Brawlter.
ultimate does a lot of damage now.
I should have used it right there. That would have probably saved our ass if I'd used it.
oh yeah, that would have been perfect. Right. Oh, but you weren't Gibraltar, were you?
I was, but
Oh, you were.
I wasn't
shit,
smart.
yeah, definitely should have used it.
yeah.
Shut up, Opie.
You want to try to do a train landing?
Sure.
Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. Where's it at? Okay.
Oh,
I
if
thought
you want
you
to go
meant
into
train
the
yard
tunnel,
when you first said it.
I'm gonna.
Oh,
where's
okay.
that place you can drop down? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's over here. I'm gonna try to drop through the hole.
Okay.
Oh, somebody else is doing the same thing. Oh, I'm not the only one.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, yep, there's somebody here fucking me up. I'm going in the hole.
Shit.
Oh my god, and there's people everywhere.
You guys
No.
can make the train?
No, I'm falling through the hole.
There's people down here with guns.
Let me, I'm gonna.
Oh my god.
Shit, there's somebody here.
Yeah, I'm fucked. Medic on my body. With a gun.
That bite, there's people around me here. Fuck.
I'm coming back.
Oh yeah.
I'm out of bullets. God damn it.
I got a P2020.
Where Joe's at, there's some unlooted shit.
There's some dude chasing me. With the energy weapon. Alright, I got a little bit of bullets. I got 24 and clip. I'm going back.
Yeah, I
with
just
you
got
guys.
guns. I'm going. Hopefully I can find a vest. Yep,
Somebody's chasing you.
yeah, I just heard that.
Oh, you're in this tunnel? Fuck.
Yeah.
Shit, I thought it was closer. Shit. 11,
You're running.
10, 9, 8.
I'm down. God damn it.
I got. Oh shit! I hear somebody step in.
Yeah. I was just seeing where the closest revive thing was.
I think there was one around here. When you said used.
Oh, right there. Yeah, kid.
Just keep running away. Don't ever turn around and look.
Ah, fuck. Fuck 'em. I don't have enough bullets for that.
Yeah, fuck that, yeah.
Nothing. Alright, where can I go?
That's actually the closest, yeah. There's another one that's almost equally close, but toward the epicenter. I don't know which is best. This is
This
good as
one-
one other.
in the
Yeah.
front, yeah. Open doors. Those hearing footsteps.
Yeah, I think that was your decoy. I heard that too.
Oh yeah, my decoy does make footsteps. Forget about that. Damn, this place like fucking empty. Maybe we should just run somewhere else.
Okay.
There's shit unlooted over here, but there's also somebody shooting a charge rifle at someone else. Yeah, I only have like one stack of each kind of bullet.
Don't know anywhere
I
to
forgot
go
to
except
check
down.
your box for bullets, Joe. Fuck, did you have any?
I don't know.
Oh, we should have gone back to our fucking box. No, I don't know if we should have or not. I don't know if it was in the circle or not.
I have some
There's a
throwables.
care package. Nope.
Do you guys have a gun?
Nope.
There's a long
Oh,
bow.
now I gotta go.
I'm going for his
Charge
care
rifle.
package. Hopefully it's got something.
Trailer here.
No.
Guess I'll take that longbow.
Like, yeah, there's a vest in here.
Gold helmet and a phoenix kit. No gun on that.
There's a prowler. There's a prowler in there, Jeff. And here's 20 ammo.
Thank you.
Triple take. Alternator.
Is there ammo with any of that
Alternator.
stuff?
I only have 40 ammo though. No.
I can give you 20 energy ammo.
Yo, Opie, cut it out. You fucking idiot.
Alright.
Huh?
Oh, shit,
Somebody's
the
also
wall's coming.
shooting.
Oh, no, it's stopping right with it.
Alright, babe, good night.
I'm gonna go
I'll
to
be
the
gone to
dive,
bed
I
soon.
Go to Throbble. Maybe I can just... Oh, Joe, do you need shield cells? I have shield cells.
Yeah.
Your vest?
Yeah, the vest I picked up was empty.
Oh, I'm hearing somebody.
Okay, I'm going.
Somebody might be on the roof.
Hold on, I'm dropping this gun for... There was a heavy gun somewhere, I thought. Yeah. Alright.
No, they're not up here. Oh, they're over there.
Ping him.
You got like 1.5 million grenades.
Hit him for 110. Hit the Gibraltar for 110. Oh, I got down. Grim, thanks. Oh shit, I got no heals.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, I'm down. God damn it.
I mean,
I'll get him. I'll get him. I'll get him.
I got him. Oh shit.
Nades. Oh fuck!
Oh, yeah. They're like insta sniping us.
Oh, on the roof, on the roof, on the roof. Damn, Grim. Don't fuck with Uncle Grim.
Alright, maybe he has some
Damn,
stuff
you
we
just
can
killed
get.
two of them bitches?
No, that was only one. Hold on. Shit.
He's in the window.
What? What? There's a window that can come in there?
I didn't know that either, dude. I didn't know it till like you were in that
Yeah,
room.
no, I had no idea either. I definitely didn't think you
Why
could
am I still up? How
come in there.
I didn't know you
Gold
could come in
knockdown
there.
shield?
What? Yeah. But I couldn't
Oh,
move.
okay. Yeah, I was like, why am I still crawling around?
Alright, gentlemen, that's it for me.
That was an awesome try, though.
done.
Shit.
I will see y'all
I'll play one more and then I'm done it.
tomorrow or maybe next week. I don't know when I'll be on again, but I'll be on
Yeah, sounds good.
soon.
Sounds good. Yeah, soon. Soon, you'll see.
Soon, motherfucker, soon. Alright, gents, adios. Grim, Zero, Zeddy. You guys have a good night also.
Alright, man.
Alright, and to you, I want to say thank you to all the yous that came in. I appreciate it. It means the world to me. Yeah, big thank you. Big shout out to everybody who came in, whether it was for a minute or an hour, whether you were here when I was shoving my face full of snacks or not. I appreciate all yous, each and every single one of yous. Whether it was Twitch, Facebook, Mixer, YouTube. Big thanks to Grim for the games and coming in the stream. Thanks to Zero for the games and coming in the stream. Thanks for Ram for the games and coming in the stream. Miss Donna Hughes, first time you've been in here. I appreciate it. Thanks Zeddy for stopping in the party and keeping the chat lively. And big shout out to Roofer. I want to say thank you for the games. I did terrible during them and you tolerated it for a little bit. I'm sure that's why you left, because you got sick of it, but whatever. You came in to the stream, you gave me a follow, played some games. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, it means the world. Also, happened in between last stream and this stream, official Cranky Hank. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I didn't shout you out earlier because I thought that maybe you'd come in. I'd give you a personal thank you, but you didn't make it back, which is fine. I appreciate the follow anyway. I appreciate you checked out my channel. Probably saw a social post, followed it to my channel, and checked out my channel. Thought my content was good enough to give me a follow, and I appreciate that. Also, I want to thank everybody who gives me all the engagement on my socials, Instagram and Facebook, mainly, but all of them, all of them, Twitter and Tumblr and whatever. But if you're not following me there, or if you're not following me on Twitch or Mixer, and we're Facebook friends, you can go to those, twitch.tv or mixer.com. Search Mechanic, also Mechanic on all my socials except Twitter. It's Mechanic G. Also follow Armored Ozzy on Mixer, Zeddy, the Zeddy on Mixer and Instagram. Zero Logic Gaming on Instagram and Facebook. They're all good people, all part of my team, trying to chase this dream together. So yeah, thank you for coming out. I appreciate it, everybody who did. And to those who didn't, go fuck yourself.